Good afternoon. The meeting will now come to order. Welcome to the February 3rd, 2022 meeting of the City of Raleigh Appearance Commission. My name is Chris Roberts and I am Chair of the Commission. This is my first meeting as Chair of the Commission, so thank you in advance to everybody for bearing with me. And I would also like to welcome our newest member of the Commission, Douglas Johnston. So great to have you, Douglas. The Raleigh Appearance Commission is a public body appointed by the City Council that exercises both advisory and quasi-judicial functions. The Appearance Commission's responsibilities relate to zoning and other land use matters, as well as the visual quality and aesthetic characteristics of the city. We will consider the items on today's agenda in the order in which they appear. The first items on today's agenda are requests for design alternates from the city's Unified Development Ordinance. When hearing design alternates, the Appearance Commission sits as a quasi-judicial body and conducts an evidentiary hearing on the request. That means it is like a court hearing. State law sets specific procedures and rules concerning how this commission must make its decisions. When hearing quasi-judicial matters, the Appearance Commission has 9 regular members and 6 alternate members. The standard the applicant must meet to be granted their request is set forth in the UDO. The Commission hears and considers evidence presented at the hearing and applies the standard when making its decision. The Commission must base its decisions upon competent material and substantial evidence presented at the hearing. Since today's meeting will be conducted remotely, in addition to the general quasi-judicial rules, today's evidentiary hearings will be conducted in accordance with state statutes that allow for remote evidentiary hearings during the current COVID-19 states of emergency. For the convenience of those participating today, I'm going to outline how we will conduct today's remote evidentiary hearings. First, all witnesses must be sworn in. Because of the remote format, individuals who signed up to speak, as well as city staff participants, have already signed a written oath form which will be reaffirmed on the record as they testify today. The participants have also already provided written consent to today's remote meeting. We'll begin with a staff presentation. A staff member from the planning department will introduce the request. For design alternates that are transportation related, a staff member from the transportation department will also be present and available to provide additional information or answer questions if needed. Then following staff's presentation, the applicant will then be acknowledged to present their case and witnesses. The commission will acknowledge the attorney or applicant for each case first as the point person for the applicant. Following the applicant, anyone else who signed up to participate in support or opposition to the request will be given the opportunity to speak. The applicant will be given the opportunity for cross-examination as well as rebuttal and a closing statement. And when all testimony is complete, we will close the evidentiary hearing and the commission will then deliberate and vote on the case. Following the meeting, the commission's decision will be prepared with written findings of fact and conclusions of law. The decision will be incorporated into the meeting minutes and will be adopted at the same time the meeting minutes are adopted. We will now conduct the evidentiary hearings on today's agenda. Justin or Keegan, do we have anybody on the line for the second case, which is...
I do not believe so, no, but they have made staff and the commission attorney aware of their desire to continue to the March meeting date.
Okay, first, and we do not need their consent, so I was going to give them the opportunity to say anything and then get off, but since we don't need to hear from them, just know that that second case is going to be a continuance, and we will continue on with the first evidentiary hearing.
Can I, sorry, real quick, can we make sure we say if we continue to a date certain, we don't have to renotice it? So make sure we state it's being continued to March 3rd. Is that right, Keegan?
That's correct. March 3rd is the next QJ meeting.
Perfect. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. All right. So evidentiary hearing 1. This is 200, 206, and 210 Southwest Street. Property owner is the Research Triangle Regional Public Transportation Authority. Case number DA-0024-2021. Because we only have 6 regular members present on the call for voting, we're going to introduce Douglas Johnston as one of our alternate members who will be acting as a regular member and be voting on this case. Next, I'll swear in staff. Keegan McDonald from the Planning Department.
Present.
There, Keegan.
Yes.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Excellent, thank you. And Mensa Webb from Transportation. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Mensa might be an attendee,
Mensa.
so I'm going to elevate Mensa and make him a panelist. Mensa, you should be able to unmute yourself.
There he is. Mensa, you there?
Yes, I am, and I do.
Excellent, thank you. So Keegan, at this time, I'll turn it over to you to give an overview of the request.
All right. Thank you very much, Chair. So again, my name is Keegan McDonald. I'm with the Planning Department. As you're probably aware from reviewing the materials, there's a lot here. So I'm going to do my best to try to provide a pretty high-level overview before passing it over to the applicant. They've broken down each request item by item and have a very detailed presentation, so I don't want to eat too much into their time, but just did want to give, again, a quick overview for you all. So this is the Russ Bus Project, as you might hear it abbreviated. That's Raleigh Union Station Bus Station, a project long in the works. It's on an assemblage of property at the southwest corner of Hargett and West Streets. To the south in this image, you'll see Raleigh Union Station. To the west, you'll see it bordered by the railroad. It's an approximately 1.76 acre site. The proposal is for demolition of the demolition, excuse me, of this site and the structures on there, and rebuilding 2 mixed-use towers and a 4-level parking deck. One of those will be a residential tower, approximately 29 stories high, and there will also be a smaller hotel tower. Here's the zoning. It's DX40 CU, and CU is conditional use. So just going to walk through a few of the design alternate requests by breaking them down into a few different buckets. Apologies for the quality of image here, but I promise the applicant's images will be of higher resolution for you to make out that detail, and the PDFs in your backup should be higher resolution as well. But essentially, this request can be broken down into a few different groupings. The first is related to driveways. So there are 4 driveways accessing the site, 2 for the bus loop that you can see sort of in the center of the image, 1 for the parking deck, and 1 that'll be used for multi-use purposes. There is a request to allow vehicles entering and exiting the multi-use driveway in a backwards motion. So that is 1 request. 3 requests are related to the spacing between these driveways. So that's 1 driveway to another driveway. And then 2 of the requests are related to driveway to intersection spacing. Moving from the requests related specifically to the driveways are right-of-way relief. So the applicant is seeking relief from right-of-way dedication along Hargett Street. And there was an original request related to West Street, which I will let them respond to, but it's my understanding that it's been withdrawn. And again, I will let them provide that exact information. As it relates to the streetscape, there is a request to reduce the amount of tree plantings along Hargett Street. There is also a request to reduce the planting area from a minimum 6 foot to a minimum 4 foot planting area along both Hargett and West Streets. And there is a request to reduce the sidewalk from 10 feet to 8 feet along both Hargett and West Streets. As for the street and travelway, they are seeking a removal of the bicycle lane along both sides of Hargett Street and a reduction in the travel way along West Street from 12 feet to 10.5 feet. Last is 2 requests related to elements of the buildings on the site, and so bear with me. There is a step back request. Currently, the requirement is a 12-foot step back between the 2nd story and or 25 feet and the 12 stories for any building taller than 13 stories in height. And they are seeking step backs of 5 feet on Hargett and 4 feet on West. And there are also there's relief being sought to the blank wall requirements. So blank wall means any portion of the street facing facade of the building that does not include a substantial material change, windows or doors, or columns, pilasters, or other articulation greater than 12 feet in depth, 12 inches in depth, excuse me. And a substantial material change means a change between materials such as wood, metal, glass, brick, architectural block, stone, or stucco. Substantial material change per this requirement should occur at an inside corner where feasible. Paint color is not considered a substantial material change. And relief to the blank wall requirement is being sought in the vertical direction along both facades. And so here you're seeing the West Street elevation showing the 2 towers. The highlights in yellow show where that blank wall relief is being sought. On the next image, this is a Hargett Street elevation, again showing the segments of the building where blank wall relief is being sought. Did want to just highlight the requirements here, and they're contained in your backup materials. Here you see under transparency for the building type, that 20-foot maximum blank wall requirement. Also noticing the massing standard related to step backs, that 12-foot requirement at the between the 2nd and 12th story for towers over 13 stories in height. These images are just to use as your reference, particularly as the applicant works through their piece in describing the various relief sought to the streets types, whether that be the streetscape and or the travelways. This image is taken from our street design manual and shows the required spacing that's needed from any driveway to an intersection, depending on where that driveway is located in relation to the intersection point. And also for your reference, I won't go through all of these because there are quite a few, but they're in the presentation and also in your backup materials. I did want to include findings, and we more than happy to reference them later in the presentation if necessary, but findings for each element: blank wall, building massing, block slots and access, street cross sections, and also our street design manual. So at this time, I will pass it over to the applicant. I do not believe transportation staff has any specific comment, but they are available for questions. Mensa Webb is the transportation reviewer, and he is on the line. Of course, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have, but I imagine the applicant's presentation will probably help fill in a lot of the details from my high-level overview.
Thanks, Keegan. Just a quick check before we go over to the applicant. Do any of the commissioners have any questions for staff at this point? Hearing none, we'll move on to the applicant's case. So the applicant will now present evidence and legal arguments in support of the request. As a reminder to the applicant, any evidence and argument must focus on the applicable standards. So Molly Stewart, you may proceed with the presentation. Any witnesses you call will need to be sworn before they testify. And if it's okay with you, I'd like to go ahead and do that now, if I may.
Yes, thank you.
Excellent. So I have a Betty White. Betty, are you there? Maybe we can come back to Betty.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes. Hey, Betty.
Hi.
So please state your name, address, and relationship to the case, and I will reaffirm your oath.
My name is Betty White. Sorry, what did you say, address?
Address, yep, and relationship to the case.
My address is 6404 Knoll Point Drive, Raleigh, North Carolina, and I'm the transit engineer designer from Kinley Horn.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Micah Kordsmeyer, if you would please state your name, address, and relationship to the case.
Micah Kordsmeyer, 610 North Driver Street, Durham. I'm the project manager for the owner's rep for Go Triangle.
Do you swear? Thank you. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Hillary Birch, if you would. Is Hillary here?
I do not see Hillary Birch on the attendee list.
Okay. We'll skip down to Brian Hammond. I heard Brian earlier. If you could state your name, address, and relationship.
Brian Hammond, 606 Woods Mill Circle, and I'm a representative for Go Triangle, the project owner.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And last, Natalie Carmen.
Can you hear
Natalie,
me?
if you could state your name, address, and relationship to the case.
Natalie Carmen, 223 Southwest Street, and I'm the civil engineer on the project from Stewart.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Very good. Molly, it is all yours.
Thank you, Chair Roberts. Molly Stewart, Morningstar Law Group. I'd like to begin by requesting that all of our application and presentation materials be admitted to the record for this request.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you. I see that this is one of a couple of beasts you have on your agenda today. So I will start with a high-level overview to try to organize these a little bit, as Keegan did, just to try to simplify what is going on in this very complicated site. Next slide, please. So to begin with, our downtown location, that's our primary kind of constraint on this site. North is to the left on your screen, and there's obviously Citrix there across the street, and the Dillon to the east. And of course, the railroad tracks to the west. So it's a very constrained site to begin with, and serving many, many functions as it's designed to do. So taken together, these things require a little bit of flexibility to move forward with an ambitious project like this one. Next slide, please. And we can go ahead to the next slide. Thank you. So this is probably the best overview of what is actually going on here. So the goals for the site include a retail frontage along West Street there in the front of this view, as well as feeding into that plaza to the south and over into the Raleigh Union Station, the train terminal. We've got the hotel tower, the lower tower there in front, as well as the residential tower behind. And of course, all of this is sitting on top of a bus station. So a lot going on here and a lot to work with. The categories of request, I'm sorry, next slide, please. Perfect. And this just shows how the actual pedestrian connections work and how the bus traffic is laid out. I'll just leave it there for the moment and go through kind of the categories of our requests. So there were 18 that were submitted, and I'll start with the two easiest ones because we would actually like to withdraw two of our requests, and those are requests 14 and 17. I believe you have a chart or a list of what all of our numbered requests are. 14 and 17, those relate to the right-of-way width of West Street, as well as the travel lane width on Hargett Street. Just that we've learned that those will not be needed. So there are two of our 18 requests there. The following 6 relate to those driveway distances, and Keegan gave you a big picture on those pretty well, and that's what you're looking at here as well. The next 2 relate to tree spacing and planting areas. And then we have 6 related to right-of-way components and widths. We have some big picture constraints on the site, including some narrow right of way, especially on West Street, as well as a goal to preserve some of the existing brick building facade that is already there on the site, and that is in fact actually a little bit in the right of way. So it's actually pinching it a little bit. So those, and the last two, of course, are the building design issues for the blank wall and the step back that Keegan noted as well. So those are the big picture requests. And as Keegan noted, I will dive in to some extent to make sure that we've thoroughly understood what each of the requests are. I don't plan at this time to go through a recitation of all of our responses to each of the findings. I will hit some key findings here and there, but of course I'm happy to go back to any of those if there is interest. They are, of course, all in your materials. Next slide, please. We'll be going through quite a few images here before we get to the first request. Next slide, please. But I do think these will all help to explain what's going on. Next slide, please. This is an especially helpful one, so you can see how the uses work together and kind of flow into the plaza to the south. Next slide, please. You see some of that existing brick wall on West and on the plaza. That will factor into some of our discussion here in a bit. Next slide. Next slide. We're almost there. Next slide. And next slide. Okay, and we can just jump 3 more slides and we'll get started. Okay, so we can begin with our Hargett Street vehicle movement requests. Next slide, please. So Keegan highlighted this one in particular, and this is about that loading area that's shaded in blue on your screen. So the different areas that are nearby, we have the bus loop and the parking deck, and we'll talk about those in a minute. But the loading dock here, I know you've seen this request many times by now in the downtown area. The UDO requires that all movements in and out of the building be in a forward direction. And downtown, that is relatively rare to see that happen. You end up with kind of more of a suburban loading dock style than would fit on a site such as this one. And so you end up with kind of the backing motion as you pull into the loading dock to use that dock, and then of course the forward motion out. So I just wanted to point that out. This, like I said, is extremely common downtown. There isn't really a good alternative to it. And of course, the loading is a critical function with all of the uses that the owners would like to achieve here. Next slide, please. Just a larger view. Next slide, please. Moving on to request 2 through 4. These relate to the driveway to driveway distance requirements. Next slide. And here you see those distances. They're measured from the center lines of each access point. And I'll note that the parking deck that you see there in request 4, that is a 2-way. And so the drivers are all entering and exiting face first, followed by the bus loop, which works similarly. And then to that loading dock that we just looked at. There would simply not be enough room on this frontage to keep all of these uses according to the very wide spacings that are required under the UDO. And I'll give kind of a big picture of what's going on here is that the goal here is to preserve West Street and to make West Street the lively, pedestrian-friendly, retail-fronted, very friendly site for the entrance to the Rust Bus site, as well as a bit of a gateway to Raleigh Union Station. That frontage will have parklets. It will have really a mix of uses and modes happening on that side. And in order to preserve that function of West Street, this is what happens over on Hargett. And hopefully this is less of a disruption. There obviously has to be that bus loop for the bus station function. And once you've got that, it's going to already be a fairly intense area. So we thought this was a good place to keep all of those entrances. There is also a longer term plan, we don't have a timeline on it, in connection with the Southeast High-Speed Rail project to close Hargett Street at the railway, making this no longer a through street and reducing traffic that way. Next slide, please. Our next requests relate to the distances from those driveways on Hargett Street to the intersection. Next slide, please. And again, a natural consequence of concentrating all of those access points is that some of them will have to be closer to the intersection than otherwise permitted, and you see that with the closest two here. And those are our requests 5 and 6. Next slide, please. On Hargett Street, you saw how it is proposed to be used for relatively intensive access to all of these different uses, and that makes it very difficult to accommodate all of the trees that would otherwise be required in that space, again, protecting West Street and allowing what's needed on that side to make it more pedestrian friendly. But here, we'd like to reduce the number of trees, and which increases the spacing, in order not only to make room for these access points, but to preserve visibility as well. And then request 8, we have a planting area request, and that happens around the site, and we'll look at a plan on that. Next slide, please. So here you see on West Street, a bit of a, not really a pinch point, but really all of those spaces between the tree wells on West Street, those are all taken out of the sidewalk width. So even though there's sort of usable additional space, that's not counted in that width. In order to fit within that 66-foot right-of-way that West Street has, and that will remain under the original Christmas plan widths that we have downtown, that reduction in width has to be allocated between the different street elements, and so this is one of those elements. Next slide, please. Again, reducing sidewalk width on West Street. Next slide, please. This is another allocation in addition to that planting strip area where we simply need to allocate a narrow street. I'll also point out, and on this slide you can see it particularly well, there's an area in, I guess that's in purple, at the northern edge of the site, as well as going into the plaza area to the south, where the intent is to preserve some of that existing building facade. That facade is actually partly in the right-of-way itself, and so that also serves to reduce the width available on West Street. Next slide, please. Next slide. And here we have the same issue on Hargett Street, where we simply have a narrower width, particularly with a pedestrian warning strip there that flares out and also cannot be counted in the sidewalk width. Next slide, please. Next slide. So this is the request regarding the bicycle lane. The typical street section for Hargett Street would call for a bicycle lane. Given the intensity of the access use in this area, it was certainly agreed between, I believe, all interested parties that no one wanted to encourage heavy bicycle use in that area, particularly keeping it as close to the building as possible as a bike lane would accomplish. So the request there is simply to remove that bike lane. Next slide, please. Hargett Street is an interesting situation for the right-of-way. Next slide, please. So here the existing right-of-way is 66 feet wide. That is that typical downtown right-of-way. However, this block of Hargett Street is immediately outside that Christmas plan area that is preserved under the UDO and where you can simply maintain those existing 66-foot right-of-ways. And in fact, what the street plan calls for is a 64-foot right-of-way. So in order to not change street sections from the section immediately to the east, the request is to maintain that existing 66-foot right-of-way. Next slide, please. And next slide. So on West Street, the requirement is for this parking lane, and you see that part of that is intended to be provided. But the request is also to replace some of that parking area with a mixed-use loading and kind of drop-off type area. As you saw, there are many uses on this site, many of which lend themselves to a quick drop-off type situation, and this use will prevent backups in the street, as people will simply pull up to the curb and try to drop off their friends and family members in any event. Next slide, please. And next slide. So 14, we actually dropped that request, so we can skip that one. And in 15, this is West Street. Again, this is one of those narrow streets where we simply have to allocate our the narrow street that the UDO approves. Although the UDO says the 66 feet can stay, it actually doesn't change any of the elements that would have made up the wider street section. So so here we are asking for the narrower travel lane as well as one of those elements being shrunk to fit that existing right of way. Next slide, please. And here we get to the building design requests, and you get a great view here of some of those existing brick walls, some of which will be preserved and incorporated into the new building. Next slide, please. So here I would like to note that as we go through these step back images, that I wouldn't pay too close attention to the dimensions that you see. The dimensions that apply are the ones that we requested, the ones that were advertised. These actually show a little bit smaller step back than we requested, but think of this as just an illustration of the general idea of those requests. Although the requirement is to have that 12-foot step back, we are requesting to reduce that, and that is simply a matter of not having a need for it and improving the overall verticality. This ties into our blank wall request as well, so you'll get a better view when I get to those slides as well. But the overall idea here is for an Art Deco type building, and so you'll get kind of this monumentality, this verticality to the building to make it a landmark, to make it something that people would really notice as the transit hub that it is and the multi-use area that it is. And so there are many ways in which this building has been broken up. So in order to address the concern that the step back requirements and the building massing requirements are there for, we believe bringing down the height to 34 stories where 40 are permitted, having that wide separation between towers, the much lower tower at the south, kind of that tunnel going through, all of these serve to open up the building and to reduce the concerns about just sort of having a large mass sitting there at the sidewalk. Next slide, please. And this is just a view from the west side. You can see again how open that really is. Next slide, please. Again, I wouldn't put too much stock in the actual numbers, but it just shows the very slight difference that we're looking for here. And this is tied, by the way, to that existing brick wall being maintained. Next slide, please. And request 17 was deleted. Next slide, please. And the blank wall request, as I mentioned, this ties in to the previous request on these step backs. Next slide, please. So here you see the intended design, certainly not, really not giving an impression of massive blank wall. I think there was some surprise for many of us when we realized that the code actually doesn't allow those kinds of large vertical stretches that are not only typical of an Art Deco type style, but are extremely typical on during a walk down Fayetteville Street. You see this all over. And the alternative to this is to make a checkerboard, to make it more boxy. And the goal here is to lighten it up, to bring the eye up. And of course, none of this affects the pedestrian level in any event. It doesn't affect the street level experience. Next slide, please. And Keegan showed you where exactly we would be out of compliance with that requirement. Next slide, please. One of the required findings is that the request would somehow be offset with vertical landscaping. And this is the area where we are contemplating providing that. Next slide. Next slide, please. Just another view of where the non-compliance would be. Next slide. And we're back to our list of requests. I'll leave it on the very next slide, just because I think this is the one that kind of addresses, we go to the one more. There we go. I think this is probably the slide that addresses or helps us understand most of the requests before you today. As I mentioned, we are absolutely happy to dive into all of the required findings and our responses to this as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stewart. That's quite the project. Let's see. Keegan, I don't believe there are any additional participants signed up in support. Is that correct? Or Justin?
There are other folks signed up in support, although I'm not sure if they wish to participate unless there's a question asked. Perhaps the applicant's attorney could update us.
Happy to. Yes, I can confirm that all of the people who've been sworn in are here to answer questions.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you.
And it appears there are also no opponents signed up. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, I was adjusting my headset. Could you repeat that?
No problem. I was just confirming that there are no opponents signed up either.
No, none that signed up.
Very good. Ms. Stewart, would you like to offer any closing statements or rebuttals? Not really any rebuttals to be made, I suppose, but closing statements.
Sure, I appreciate it. I'd actually just like to take a moment to kind of go back to where we started, which was at the overview of this project, which is, it really is a project that does everything. It is in the center of the transit whirlwind in downtown. So it is expanding the transit hub, and it is providing those complementary uses, the residents and the hotel and the retail, to help to bolster those uses and to bring liveliness into this part of town and into that transit system. Thank you.
Thank you. Staff, Keegan, Mensa, anything to add?
I have nothing further to add.
I have nothing to add.
All right, thank you. Board, commission, I'm going to open it up to all of you. If you have any questions for the applicant or for staff. Yeah, go ahead, Will.
I got two questions. One, going back to the reduction in the planning area width, can that be explained again? You know, the need for the drop from 6 to 4?
Absolutely. Wasn't sure if you wanted to ask the second question first. Sure. So the West Street width of 66 feet is actually a bit smaller than would have been required under the street plan. However, that street typology requires greater widths for all of the components that fit into that right of way. And there's no Christmas plan exception for those components. And so even though it's sort of automatic that we can keep that 66-foot right of way on West Street, it is not automatic that anything within that right of way can also be reduced to fit in there. So we have made several requests today regarding some of those components, the sidewalk, the planting area, those types of things.
Okay, that makes perfect sense. Thank you for refreshing me. A lot of requests going on.
Understood.
Question two, and this might be for staff, on the bicycle lane specifically, and the far side, and you know, it may make perfect sense to staff that we, you know, that you would support not having a bicycle lane on both sides of the street, but could, you know, you just kind of confirm that that's the thinking of transportation staff?
Forgive me, was that a question to transportation staff?
Yes, you know, on the request to not provide a bike lane on both sides of the street versus, you know, maybe only having the bike lane on the far side, the north side of the street. Is that kind of the recommendation of staff in terms of best practice in this arrangement?
That is the recommendation here, giving such a tight streetscape, right away width and street space. Additionally, Hargett Street is not a part of the bike plan. And it was just felt that in this review process, looking at the long-term future here, having the bike lanes on Hargett wouldn't be a good mix with buses, additional vehicles for event parking, and then of course pedestrians accessing in and out of the area.
I have a question for Mensa while you're talking. This is Adam. I heard Molly say that the long-term plan for Hargett was to close it at the railroad. And I imagine if that's the case, I think a lot hinges on that in my mind, a lot of the planning decisions for the Hargett side. And I just wanted to hear the city talk about that plan and how real that is and when it might happen, and just kind of the vision for that, and help us just see why that's happening and how it relates to what's being shown to us in this case.
Sure. There's a lot of moving pieces with the future closing of essentially Hargett Street there. But right now, the city transportation, we're not certain as to when that's going to happen in the future. And ultimately, in terms of review and looking at this site, we reviewed it and perceived it as if Hargett will be open while this is operational, while this facility is operational.
And did I hear you say that Hargett Street was not part of the bike ped plan with bike lanes?
Yes.
And is that for the full extent of Hargett Street or just on this block?
For this portion of Hargett Street.
Be interesting to see where the bike lanes pick up on Hargett Street as a part of the plan and how the connections are made across the railroad or over the railroad, whether it's on Morgan or what other cross streets are a part of that bike plan, so we can see how cyclists and pedestrians are going to access from the west.
Well, Hargett Street will still be open to pedestrians. There will not be exclusive bike lanes for the bikes, but bikes are still able to travel along in the actual travel lanes.
Go ahead, Douglas.
Just a quick clarification of that. Essentially, that part of Hargett Street will be a cul-de-sac for motor vehicles, and presumably that will be cars going to the parking deck and buses going to the bus unloading. So it'll be a pretty high volume cul-de-sac, and yet it's essential pedestrian cycling connection for Hargett Street, though it's been taken off the plan, that little segment. Will the remaining pedestrian bicycle connection that will be permitted to go through, is it, will what's left of bicycles and pedestrians on Hargett Street be sufficient? Has anyone examined that?
Yes, so with this plan, the plan is to connect pedestrians to this overall site. The plan is to provide pedestrian connections on the west side of the tracks, the railroad tracks, to the Russ Bus Phase 2 site development. So those connections will still be there. When we mention essentially this portion of Hargett closing, it is not to restrict bicycles and peds from utilizing the sidewalks or the actual existing lanes on Hargett. It's simply just not a part of the bike plan.
In the segment from west to the railroad track and then from the railroad track to Boylan Avenue. But just keeping the Boylan Avenue part in mind when we think about pedestrians in that segment. I don't remember, was there parking on, any parking left on Hargett? And if that's the case, it seems reasonable to me to consider parking's value there in an area where people are either on a bus or heading to a parking deck. And would that elimination of parking leave more room to accommodate pedestrians and bicycles?
So it appears, Keegan or Mensick, correct me if I'm wrong, it appears that there would not be any on-street parking on Hargett Street between West and the railroad tracks. Is that correct?
That is correct. There would not be any on-street parking along this particular portion. The reason for that, and maybe some representatives from Russ Bus can speak more, from Go Triangle can speak more towards that, but essentially it's to make sure you're maximizing all the future bus movements in this particular corridor.
Yeah, that makes sense. Mental, well, we've got you. I know there's been a ton of planning that has gone into this project already, and it's very complex, but for the requests related for the driveway to driveway and the driveway to intersection, does transportation staff have any concerns over what's being proposed?
I think we have resolved our concerns here. We do recognize that this is a really, really tight space for what is the proposed usage here. To have buses, ingress and egress, a future parking structure on a relatively narrow street section, and what's going to be a relatively high volume operation. But recognizing that this is a tight space, recognizing this is a priority project for the city and our partners, we think that the driveway spacing to each other and to the intersection, and looking at the analysis, we think it can function.
Is there any concern with the where it says multi-use driveway 1? I'm just thinking if there's trucks, whether it's a garbage truck or a moving van backing out of there, is that going to create a potential conflict with a bus needing to quickly get out?
Those items were discussed with Go Triangle and their representatives. There is some concern there, but ultimately that's it's a tight space. And we recognize in terms of having this overall site development function efficiently as possible, having that particular movement was going to be a necessary component of this design.
In previous cases, we've seen the design for the multi-use driveways include certain elements to protect pedestrians and cyclists, change in material, gates, lights, things like that, requirements for facilitation of the vehicle when it's backing either in or out. I don't think I heard Molly speak about that. Is there anything that you all would want to say about that that would help us better understand how this has been thought through, since it is such a tight space?
Sure, it's a great point. I will note a couple of things. One, as a loading dock, the trucks would be backing in and not out. So that would at least help with their ability to gauge the situation. Oh, sorry. There we go. And then I will also note that the average expected use of this driveway is once every other day. And so not sort of something that's happening all the time. But we do have Natalie Carmen with us from Stewart on the engineering team, and perhaps she could address if there are any other features within that driveway, within that loading area. I'm not sure if design is at that stage yet. Natalie, do you have anything to add on that?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. I think I want to just support the comments that have been made on this so far. So yes, we looked at this area closely, and the constraints of space are really the driver here. What we're why this is being supported is that it is so infrequent, as Molly said, and a lot, as far as the building overall, most of the loading is actually interior to the bus loop. So we've pulled away as much of the demand on this as possible. But this is really needed to serve the residential tower. But most of the loading requirements for the building are actually handled interior to the site. So it would not require the reverse movement within the right of way.
Okay. Hey, Natalie, could you walk through something with me? If Hargett Street's closed at the railway for vehicles in the future, and a large U-Haul or garbage truck wants to turn right, plan south, and then how are they getting in? Basically, they turn right and go towards the railway and then back across traffic into there. Is that how that works? Is there a turn template or anything for that? Have you run that?
We have run several turning templates. Betty White specifically has our transportation engineer and shared those with the city. To clarify, the Hargett Street closure is not the condition that we're designing for now. We're certainly keeping it in mind. But in that case, we did discuss forward movement into the facility once it's closed, and it's less of a you're only having traffic from the east.
I think this is Betty White. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So in talking with Mensa and the city, the closure of Hargett Street was not something we were asked to incorporate into the design. It could be, I think, 20, 50 years, like there's no horizon of when that would happen, is what we were told by the city. And so if that were to happen, a design would have to be, there'd have to be a design to address how any vehicles would be able to turn around at that closure right now. So the design that we've developed is not incorporating that closure into the design per our conversations with the city of Raleigh.
Adam, there is a bus loop there that is potentially viable.
Natalie, at those curbs as you both enter and exit that bus loop in the building on the site plan, there's says change in material to indicate transition from pedestrian zone to vehicular zone. Can you describe what that material is? Have you figured that out in the design yet?
It's currently being studied. We made sure to graphically represent it as different in this case, but we have not identified a material. That's one of the items that we have identified with the city will require ongoing coordination during the SPR process to fine tune that.
Yeah, and we wanted to work with the triangle on that too, because of the number of buses that will be coming in and out of the bus facility on a daily basis. We want to make sure it's something that will last and can handle the wear and tear. And so we haven't committed to a specific material yet.
Very good. I'm sure it goes without saying, but I think a lot of the questions tonight are revolving around safety and just making sure that we're looking out for pedestrians walking along the sidewalk and making sure that we reduce the chances for conflict between pedestrians and vehicles. I'm sure you'll keep that in mind.
Absolutely.
I have another quick question. Where, if you were arriving here by bike to catch a bus, where would you park your bike?
I can answer that, Martha. So we've got a few bike, it's not shown on this plan. If we can go to a site plan. Here you go. So you can see a few bike racks on Hargett Street on the east end. We have some bikes parked there to kind of graphically show it. And then there's also bike racks, a few on West Street. Most of them are actually going to be interior. So you can't see them in this view. We
if you go to 38, you can see them. Sheet 38.
Yeah, well, and in the passage, so there'll be to answer your question, whether it's still being considered, we're going to have a lot of them. We're looking at wall-mounted options in the passage, and then there's also going to be bike storage within the parking deck as well.
Keegan, we're going to have you chasing all over the place there. There's a good image on page 6 that shows it.
Sorry, Chair. Could you give me that reference again?
Page 6 has got a nice rendering that shows it.
Okay.
At least I think so. I'm not sure if that's a retail bike storage area or both retail and public.
That's right.
Thank you.
The bike bar is still under consideration, but the presence of bike storage within the passage is proposed.
Approximately how many publicly accessible parking spaces are currently planned in the deck?
I'm looking it up. I don't have that.
Is it a right turn only into that deck, or can you? Is there a barrier at center aisle on that?
No, you can turn in from either direction into the parking deck.
To answer the question, there are 492 parking spaces last time I looked at it.
And that's publicly accessible. That's not carving out any for the residential or other components of it.
No, there would be residential parking carved out of that. The exact balance of parking between the hotel and the apartments is to be determined, but would primarily serve the project.
Okay, so the majority of that number you just gave would be the publicly accessible.
No,
reverse of that.
Yeah, I think
Got
the
it.
majority it will serve the project, right?
I'm sorry, what was that?
The majority of the parking, the deck parking will serve the project and not.
That's correct. And we haven't determined the exact allocations, but the large majority would be needed by the hotel and the apartments.
Is there any allocation for public parking, publicly accessible parking at this time?
We haven't set those allocations. It's a moving target.
Has any interest been expressed by the bicycle community about the relative importance of this connection to them? The 11.5-foot travel lanes and I don't know how wide the painted median is, but that looks like a very tight fit for cyclists. And I'm wondering if it almost is too dangerous.
This is Molly Stewart. I can begin to address that. And one of the issues that we have here is that bus service is very difficult to make work, as sort of a primary pathway for cyclists. And so it will likely turn into something that isn't a primary route. And as someone who cycles this way very frequently, I can say that in this situation, and honestly in the situation that it's in today, it's a place where you need to just take the lane. You can't expect to have your own space, and you sort of the cars have to come in behind you and use it that way. And this particular location, like I said, this would occur virtually anywhere you put a station like this in the downtown area, where it's obviously most useful, and especially next to Raleigh Union Station. But in this location, I think, given the future plans for Hargett Street, it's almost ideal as far as where to put an admittedly difficult use to work with. A place where cyclists would seek out to ride. This would probably not be their first choice, but luckily it is otherwise part of the city grid, and eventually actually will be taken out of that as one of the useful connections.
The West Street side.
The complexity of this project, and I appreciate all the concerns with the commission, because mine are very similar. Just wondering if there is a more, what is the closest Citrix station? What is the closest bike kind of area? It'd be nice to kind of see a little bit more hand out instead of just this site in particular. I think we're very focused on the site, but this serves, the bikers are going to get on the bus, and they're going to get on the train, and they're going to get off the train, and they're going to get on a bike. Having all those access components available, and they may be a block away. There might be a Citrix station, but I think that's a concern, is how do all these, it's not just one or the other. I think they all kind of come together in a perfect world where the bikes and the buses and the trains, and they're all used by the same patrons. And then at the same time, along West Street, we're keeping a portion of the existing buildings. I like the idea of it, but is it the best idea to kind of neck that down as a narrower pedestrian area? I don't know. I'm having a hard time understanding what the scale is of that kind of pedestrian way there, what the amount of pedestrians are going to be kind of coming and going between Union Station and the bus area, and just having a hard time understanding how that public accesses all this area. So that's one of mine. The other one is the multi-use driveway, and I think it was led to earlier. I think the infrequency of the use sometimes is worse because bus drivers don't expect it, and I'm just wondering if there is some kind of a signal or a light or a noise or something. So if somebody is backing in, because they're gonna be backing into a bus pulling out. Just wondering if there is some kind of more thought that could be done there. So those are my comments.
Natalie, do you want me to take a stab at the bus component first?
Yeah, and I'll respond to the first comments.
Sure. So we have looked at different measures that, like you mentioned, audible or visual cues that we could have, signals of some kind to let pedestrians know when the buses are entering and exiting the facility. We haven't nailed those down yet and identified exactly what they will be, but Go Triangle is very aware of the necessity to have this facility be highly accessible and ADA compliant, as well as even beyond ADA requirements, have it more accessible for their users. So we will continue throughout the process to work with them to identify what type of measures can be installed and how that can be a safer environment for, like you mentioned, the pedestrians that will be catching the bus here and will also be getting off the bus to go in to downtown. And I think I just wanted to hit on one more thing. If you go to, we can shift to page 2. There's where it's a zoomed out view. You can kind of see here the Raleigh Union Station, the Union Station Plaza, and then Russ Bus itself. So maybe that gives you like a little bit more of the zoomed out view, like you mentioned. And the closest Citrix station is right there below where it says CAM, and there's the parking lot. You can kind of see those little dots on the sidewalk there. That's the closest current Citrix station. And as part of this project, it may remain there, or there may be an additional one located in the plaza or the passage, like Natalie had mentioned. And then there's also additional just bicycle parking on Hargett and proposed on Hargett Street and within the facility too. And then we did have on, if you go back to page 5, the area that's labeled the trail, that's going to be a 16-foot wide sidewalk for transit users who are getting off the bus, so that they have more room to be able to take their bike either onto the bus or getting off the bus with their bike and be able to get on the trail, go out through the passage or the court or through Hargett Street to be able to access the cycle track on West Street or wherever they're trying to go in downtown. And the cycle track on West Street going northbound is going to remain. That's there currently today. So in the design, we've been really focusing on this being the destination that you come to from the cycle track as a bicyclist, and it's also, you know, the beginning of your trip too. So you would get on to the cycle track here and go forward to wherever you're going in downtown, and you would also end here and get off your bike and potentially get on the bus or the train or wherever you're going on the site. So that is something we've taken into consideration. Natalie, did you want to add anything to that?
Yes, if you go back to page 2, Betty pointed out several of the bike nodes. There's also a Citrix bike parking directly to the north on that block, on the so just one block north. So multiple approaches for bike parking as you get closer to the site.
So have you all or the city conferred with the bicycle pedestrian committee, city's bicycle pedestrian committee in the process of looking at this design and the site?
We have not specifically coordinated with them.
Okay.
And then to do that, I think in the next phase, we've discussed going to them in the next phase to talk about specific treatments or more detailed design elements that could be incorporated during the SPR process.
Okay. Yeah, that seems good. I noticed that I think you mentioned that there was bike storage. You were kind of listing all the bike racks and bike storage. And I think I heard you say that there was bike racks in the streetscape of Hargett, and then the bike storage I think you mentioned bike storage in the parking garage. If you wanted to get to the bike storage in the parking garage, I assume that's publicly accessible. But regardless, I think I'm wondering, is that the way that you would access that, the entrance on Hargett Street?
I didn't say in the parking garage. I was saying the passage, which is that area between Union Station Plaza and the bus loop. If you go to one of the other more detailed site plans, it shows the passage. I think that's where, that's what I was referencing.
Okay, so there's no bike storage or bike parking in the parking garage?
It's in both. Yeah, so it's both. So if you were coming for like short term, it would be, I'd recommend parking in the passage. If you're living in the residential tower, so to meet the residential bike parking, we have that above grade in the parking garage.
And you would just enter in the parking garage entrance to get to that?
It is over closer to the north side. There's a elevator. I mean, I guess
The intent would be to you walk it through the lobby. It's for apartment residents, so you would come in from West Street.
Cool.
yeah. I was just saying you could physically go through the parking garage. That's not what's going to be encouraged.
That's not what folks would do. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out where all the where are you drawing bikes that might be on Hargett Street that could maybe be moved somewhere else, since it seems like you really don't want any cyclists encouraged to go in that onto that streetscape or be involved in that streetscape.
Mhm.
Yeah, agreed. They're only on the east end, so kind of like tucked around the corner from the retail. They don't extend down Hargett Street, the bike parking.
Just on the corner there.
That's right.
And that's city required. That's just required parking. Is that right?
We have both short-term and long-term parking. There is some flexibility on placement.
Any other questions from the commission for staff or the applicant?
Chris, I have one if we're done with sort of the safety related items.
Yeah, go for it.
Ms. Stewart, on let's see, with request number 16, with the step back, could you speak maybe again to the rationale behind the request?
Yes, thank you. One moment. Okay, apologies for the dog. One moment. Okay, thank you. I apologize for the dog. Okay, so the idea here is that the goal of that requirement is to reduce kind of the heaviness and the overwhelmingness of the building on the street. And so there are a couple of things going on here that we think make this a very minor request that is more than offset by so many other factors of the design, including the height that is very significantly lower than is permitted, particularly there on the south end of the site, as you see. You have the court and the passage opening things up. This is just a fairly minor request in the overall scale and ambition of the project. There isn't really something stronger than that. This is really a design choice, similar to the blank wall requirement. It's just that we've chosen other ways of lightening that building. We don't think it has an effect really on the pedestrian experience and actually results in an improved view from a distance. Natalie, did you have anything you'd like to add to that?
I think you covered it. I'm happy to answer any specific questions.
Thank you.
Yeah, I guess so. I'd like what you've done is from a mathing standpoint, right? You're splitting the buildings apart. You've got the lower height. I think all that makes sense. I'm just trying to understand a little bit more why the setback is only 5 feet, 7 feet, whatever it is, versus the 12. And is there the thinking that went into that, and if there's something that prevents you from being able to achieve that 12-foot setback?
Okay, thank you for clarifying, Marcus. So part of it is really trying to accentuate the verticality of the building. And so related to the blank wall, having these vertical elements, and that can be lost with the significant step back. So in order to emphasize that verticality, we're trying to more hug that corner and also create a stronger connection to those existing walls to remain. And it makes it more of a cohesive building than more of like a birthday cake where you've got significant step backs at each level. Is trying to emphasize each of those planes on the building.
Okay, thank you.
I got a question if we can go back to the West Street kind of overview. Is there any possibility down the line that street parking area gets converted to bus stops in terms of future capacity?
I'll start off and then let Betty jump in to clarify. So on West Street, this actually, if you can't remember. So there's a lot of discussion about this multifunctional space and multimodal. So it was intentionally adaptive. So we have 4 multi-use parking spaces on the north end, and we see those serving a variety of users. And then the 100-foot wide loading zone, again, to serve a variety of users. So including residential drop-off, Uber, hotel drop-off, and but as far as the bus facility, that is very intentionally being provided within the bus loop. So there was, at one point, it was considered a potential drop-off for handicap accessible needs. And that was intentionally relocated into the loop by recommendation from the city and Go Triangle. And then separately, it's a little bit out of view, but you see the word bus on the right side, top right of the page. That's a future BRT station. So that will is anticipated to be a bus stop, but currently none in this area. I will share, it's public record. In the original ASR submittal, we did include additional on-street bus stops on West Street, on the east side of West Street and on the south side of Martin. And those have been decided to be excluded at this time because the selection and planning for the actual use of those stops has not developed to the point to be able to make appropriate decisions. So those have been removed and will not be reflected in the next ASR submittal, but they are ongoing discussions on how to best incorporate additional on-street bus stops in this area. But the loading area is not one of those areas being considered.
One more comment from me related to that, and partly a question. Are the sidewalk bump outs where there's the tree plantings, is that critical to get to the tree spacing? Or is that purely an aesthetic decision?
Those are, so we're considering those parklets, and no, they're not critical to the tree spacing. We saw that as a way to capture part of the street section for the pedestrian users. Here they're rendered as potential cafe seating, but we see this as a way to really activate West Street, and whereas that would alternatively be additional parking.
Got it. And here's my comment. Generally, I'm very in favor of, streeteries, parklets, activation of the, sidewalk width. I will say on this particular segment on West Street, because of the cycle track, curbside access is extremely constrained, and it's a loaded retail corridor on the other side of the street. You're adding retail and hotel use on this side of the street. I think that becomes an extremely conflicted parking mixed use loading zone area where all of both sides of the street are having to be serviced in those, we'll call it 8 spaces there. And there's a lot of constraints going on with this site, but that's a potential concern for me in terms of functionality of both sides of the street.
Yeah, that's a fair point. And there was, again, lots of back and forth and discussions. We very closely studied a longer flexible multimodal drop-off zone. And part of we got a lot of pushback from city staff on a longer zone and wanting to shorten that. So this was kind of an agreed medium that was multifunctional. Another use of the parklets is to clearly delineate the bus turning movements from your typical vehicular movements, so that these cars are protected, and not just from striping on the road, but a physical curb that will get the buses out and around. And then similarly on the south end, protect those cars from buses turning into the BRT future station.
That totally makes sense to me. Yeah, I think there are existing challenges today at that site in terms of curbside access, and they have curbside and parking and loading zones along the entire length of that west side of West Street today. And I think that just further gets exacerbated here. So I don't know if there is possibly a way to further eke out a space or two or not, or if that future BRT zone could be utilized in the short term. But it's certainly an issue over here that's going to only be slightly more exacerbated by this.
I have one more comment or question. So going back to Marcus's comment earlier about this step back, going back to, no, just go back to where you were just a second ago. So along West Street, the building is, what is that dimension of step back there at the ground? I assume that's at the ground level, right? And you're step back beyond what's required.
Corey, are you asking about the step back or the setback?
Well, you have a setback line, right? And you have an additional, where you're setting the building back farther than what is required, right? Is that correct?
The new building on West Street is set back. It meets the 3-foot requirement. But what we're asking for here is the step back.
Right. But what I'm getting at is your building is back farther at the ground level than is required by code. Is that correct?
For the portion of new building, that's correct. On West.
And then above, you have an additional step back, right?
That's correct.
Which is how far back was that step back from the setback? Does that make sense? So you're already stepping your building back and then you're stepping it back again, right?
That's correct.
So if you were to hold it by code, you may have closer to a 12-foot step back if you brought your ground level closer towards the street, which is allowed by code. Is that correct?
It would be close. We may be able to eke out another foot or two, but it would not be compliant with the 12-foot step back.
But it would be closer. If I'm understanding that drawing correctly. What I'm trying to get at is that what I'm trying to help you say that you've elected to push your facade of your building back in order to create a better pedestrian plaza at ground level. Therefore, above, you're not stepping back your building back quite as much at that height. So you're
That's correct. We're prioritizing the pedestrian width.
So yeah, so that's my point, which I'm trying to, in some way, kind of help you out with. That is to say that we're creating a better plaza and a better pedestrian environment by pushing the ground level back. If we would have held it out, then we would have had a bigger step back above. If I understand that correctly.
That's a good point.
It is a good point. But you don't have narrower. Your request didn't include narrower sidewalks on Hargett Street, though, correct?
It did.
It did.
Only because of the so for the majority of it, we meet the 10-foot requirement. The pinch point occurs where we're introducing some type of transition in material to warn the pedestrians of the change from vehicular to pedestrian space. So we wanted to maintain that flexibility going forward as that design progresses.
Just at that multi-use driveway, right?
We do have the multi-use driveway, but that does not pinch the sidewalk width. It's actually the turning movements of the bus egressing that hold that line. That's what delineates where it's safe for pedestrians to stand.
Gotcha. Marcus, does that make sense? Or you want to flip to page 28? It shows that.
Yeah, it does. It does.
All right. Any other questions of the commission before we close the hearing and have deliberations? All right. Hearing none. Before we do, first off, I'd just like to say to the applicant, thank you for such a well thought out presentation. It's a really exciting project and very complex project, and you've done an extraordinary job of boiling it down into a very easy to digest presentation for us for 18 different design alternate requests, which I've only been on the commission for 1.5 years, but this is by far the most that I've seen in any one case. So thank you for putting together all of putting the thought into that presentation. That really made it clear for all of us to quickly go through those fairly quickly. So with that, let's go ahead and close the evidentiary hearing and go through board deliberations. Corey, if you've got any advice for me, I'll take it. But what I was going to suggest, Keegan, if you could bring up the findings, I thought maybe we could just show each of the findings slides so we know what we're talking about ahead of time, and then we'll just go through each of the requests kind of slide by slide. We'll group them together the same way that the applicant did.
Hey, Chris, I wonder, that sounds great. I wonder if we could start with ones that we all feel like are probably easy to check off, or if there's any strategy to doing the hard ones first or the easy ones first.
What if we go sequentially, and if somebody said this one might be a hard one, then we'll skip to the next one. Sounds
Yeah,
good?
that sounds good.
I think there's a lot of thoughts swirling around about a lot of these.
Good.
Some people that think they're complicated may not be similar thoughts by others. So, Keegan, if you could flip to those findings, perfect. So, starting with the blank wall, that the approved alternate is consistent with the intent of the blank wall area regulations. The increase in blank wall area is offset by additional architectural treatments and increased vertical landscaping. The approved alternate proposes a design compatible with adjacent context and does not produce adverse outcomes for neighbors or pedestrians. And then the approved alternate uses blank wall to elevate the overall design. Stop me, anybody, at any time if you want to spend more time on these. Go on to the next. Findings related to the building massing, that the approved alternate is consistent with the intent of the building massing regulations. The approved alternate uses an architectural base distinguishable from the building above that enhances the pedestrian environment through a change in material, fenestration, ornamentation, rhythm, or other sculpting of the base. And then if the approved alternate proposes a building setback behind the building, in lieu of a required step back, the resulting open space includes pedestrian amenities such as seating area, trees, landscaping, or outdoor dining. The building uses other architectural treatments to mitigate wind impacts, increase light at pedestrian levels, and visually reduce the scale of the building. And then the building does not cause undue shadow impacts on public spaces, amenity areas, and surrounding streets.
I know there was some concerns on this one potentially. I would just want to voice that I think it's really great that the team was able to reuse part of the existing building. And I know that that poses some challenges to meet some of these things. But to me, it seems like a combination of using that existing piece of building and then combined with the open middle area, I feel like meets the intent.
Thanks for that, Martha.
I agree with that. I'm just going to say, you know, I mean, they're zoned for a much taller building as well. So it's hard to always say, are you going to have additional shadows or not? I mean, if you pushed it back 4 or 5 more feet, would it give you, you know, but went up 40 stories to 40 stories, what would be the difference? So just being a lower building than 40 is going to help that. So it's kind of hard. It's a hard one to kind of just look at and just check off, but
well, the diagrams that they put of the UDO massing are pretty convincing. I mean, it's much more interesting of a building, and I think there's a lot of opportunity for wind to move through and around the bigger elements, and having a 30-some story, relatively vertical looking corner, I think is reasonable when you look at what's around.
Yep, and the placement of the shorter building there on the south side to help open up that center space.
All right, Keegan, let's go on to the next. Findings related to blocks, lots, and access. Ms. Hill, do I have to read all of these as we go, or can I just give everybody a minute to absorb them? Or Corey, can you tell me that?
I think letting everybody read on the screen, it will work just fine.
Perfect, thank you.
I think obviously based on the conversation that we've had so far, this one is probably the trickiest one for us to think about.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, I think that last one is particularly important given the existing physical constraints, I would say, of the site. All right, if there are no other comments on this one, can we go to the next? Findings related to the street cross sections. I have some deliberations on this one as well. I think a lot of it comes back to number 2 there, that the design alternate does not increase congestion or compromise safety.
Yeah.
All right, thanks. Is there another? Yes.
Yeah, and just to save the reading, it's basically the exact same group of findings. They're just located in a different section of the code, so same as the previous set, I should say.
Okay. Thanks, Keegan. So I think what we'll do next is jump over to, I think they summarized the requests really nicely in the presentation. If you want to go to that page 16, we'll just start off with number 1. Sorry, 16 of their presentation, 16 down in the corner. There we go. All right, so the first one, design alternates relating to the reverse vehicle movement. Are there any comments, concerns over this?
Would this be the right place to maybe put a requirement that they have some sort of audio or visual cue for pedestrians as vehicles coming out of that driveway?
Yes, I think so.
Yeah, and for the buses, I think in this case, especially the buses turning, there's certainly poses. I mean, it can be the same thing, but and I don't know. I mean, I think sometimes we consider a change in materiality, but there's so many changes in materiality already happening there that I don't know that it would be legible anyway. I think something more obvious, like a gate or a light or a sound or some combination of that, seems like it might be the most effective solution now, without getting in the weeds on it.
I think this commission's been fairly consistent of asking for that in cases like this. This may be the case where I might actually argue the opposite, where there's so much going on that, you know, simplification might be necessary. Yeah, definitely, you know, at the you know, the ground level, you know, change of materiality is helpful, you know, physically, but in terms of there being buses going on, there being cars going in and out of the deck, there being potentially the loading zone as well, that there's just so much to keep an eye on all at once that by adding a gate or a, you know, beeping, does that further distract you from the bigger issue that is the moving object?
Keegan, could you go to the next page so we can look at the plan? So Will, would you have, is that comment for both the bus exit as well as that multi-use driveway, or would you still do something for the multi-use driveway?
That comment for me was mainly just directed at our normal question there of, you know, do we, you know, want to ask for, you know, change in materiality? I think the bus facility is going to do a good job of delineating bus movement. It's more so, you know, the parking deck and the multi-use driveway where I think pedestrians might be less anticipating those.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I mean, I could go probably either way with some sort of audio or visual cue for the multi-use driveway. I would not want one for the bus exit just because of the amount of traffic coming out of there. But as infrequently as that multi-use driveway is going to be used, does it make sense? Is it worth it? To me, because I had questioned, like, should we think about something more as far as, what is that, that change in material to indicate the transition from the pedestrian zone to the vehicular zone right in front of that multi-use driveway. But the curb at the east edge of that multi-use driveway is already pulling back. So if you're a pedestrian walking along that sidewalk, you realize that there's something different going on, that there's a curb cut and you should expect vehicles coming out.
Yeah, I wonder if just having a requirement that there is somebody that's out there directing traffic or something like that, since it is infrequent. I don't know. I'm not sure what the right answer is.
I guess maybe when we get to the end, if anybody wants to note some stipulations on this as part of a motion, that would suffice. Actually, Corey, should we do these one at a time? Move to approve. Adam,
I was actually going to recommend if you want to put conditions on certain requests and not others, then I would vote on those separately, so that it just because of the number of requests, it might get confusing.
Okay.
Yeah. Or what if we maybe went through 1 through 18 and almost formed like a consent agenda and just broke those out. These are ones we need to talk more. These are ones we don't have any issue with.
That would work too if you want to go through and just approve or however you want to vote on a batch of them and then vote on other ones. That you can do that too.
Yeah, I like that. I feel like we could probably knock out half of them.
I will just say that I would be comfortable without stipulations on this one. With the size of this project and the profile of it, I'm sure, well, I'd find it hard to believe that they're not going to take care to make sure that the pedestrians stay safe with that driveway.
Yeah, I agree, and I think Will made some good points there.
The parking deck entrance is a little scary to me, but yeah, I definitely on the multi-use driveway, I'm less concerned about that one. If there was going to be a stipulation at all, I would probably favor more so the additional person helping to flag versus a beeping or a light or a something, a gate or something like that, specifically there. But on the parking deck, I don't have an answer necessarily.
Yeah. I like I think it's I don't know how strong it is, but I think it's nice to feel like there's a requirement that somebody's there guiding that. I mean that I don't know how much it'll do, but and I agree with Will about the parking deck entry being probably the trickiest.
You also have a rail line just to the south of that, just to add another, a fifth potential moving conflict.
Hey everyone, I'm just joining, I joined in the middle of this conversation, but I wanted to ask, how is this bus loop any different from other heavily walked bus areas in the rest of downtown?
I can take that one, and if staff wants to weigh in, it's the coincidence of all of these things in one place. So if you look at the Go Raleigh station in the core of downtown, you do have the bus entrances here, like the bus loop, but you don't have the multi-use driveway and you don't have the parking deck entrance all mixed in there with a street pretty close to the east, the top of the page, and the rail to the west, bottom of the page.
I guess my comment would be I've seen some pretty precarious interactions between buses and pedestrians in other locations. And so I would just say whatever measures that those areas are taking, I think that should be part of our suggestion, or definitely if we think this is an even more exponentially dangerous situation, then I totally agree with some additional measures being necessary to stipulate here.
Yeah, I think something that we're kind of hovering around is that there's a lot of opportunities, and it may be hard to figure all this out in stipulations in this moment. I would want them to talk to BPAC as a part of moving along with this design. I think there's a whole committee, advisory committee that would love to have seen this and would continue to be involved in this and probably see things that we aren't seeing.
Yeah, good comment. Just to clarify though, this request is only for that driveway one, that multi-use driveway.
Yeah, my comment was larger. Yeah, we should
good comment.
I'd like to go ahead and move to approve number 1 without conditions.
I'll second.
Second from Martha. Let's go ahead and knock this one out, and then we can do a consent agenda maybe for the rest of them. Let's see. All in favor? Keegan, you might need to stop sharing your screen so we can see people.
It's just the voting members, right?
This isn't Nicole is your clerk for today, and typically the clerk calls the roll, but for voting remote QJ decisions, but I don't know, Nicole or Keegan or the chair. It's just typically under this remote law we need to call the roll for the vote.
I'm comfortable with Nicole calling it. Is it, I think for Nicole's benefit, is there anyone, are there any alternates, I guess, not voting that she needs to be cognizant of? I'm not sure she has that committed to memory that are on the call right now.
I think
According to my
Patrice
records, we
is.
have, yeah, Patrice, you said that you joined,
I joined in the middle of the presentation, so I would basically ask that I not vote because I didn't hear the entire conversation.
okay. If that's the case, then we have 8 regular members, no, 7 regular members and 1 alternate voting, right? Which would be 8 total.
I've got a question. I got here at like 4:40. So do I need to not vote?
4:40. I can't think about how that was only a couple minutes after we started the meeting. I don't have any issue. If you think that you were here for the presentation, I would, we just out of the abundance of caution, we can ask Molly Stewart, the applicant's attorney, if she has any objection to you voting.
I think we were a few minutes later getting started as we had some last minute mic checks and things.
We were late getting started. I believe the script of Chair Roberts explaining how the procedure works did not begin until roughly 4:40.
If we're good, I'm good.
Let's just ask Ms. Stewart really quickly. I don't know if she needs to be unmuted or she can unmute herself.
Thank you. This is Molly. I have no objection. Certainly all of the requests were laid out well after that time.
All right, sounds good. So, because there may be some deliberation about having any stipulations on it versus not, let's just go ahead and vote on this one. So the motion is to approve without stipulations. And who is doing the roll call?
I believe Nicole, if she is prepared to do so, the clerk.
Just for clarification, would the roll call be all names under commission?
All
except for Patrice.
Mm-hmm.
And then adding Douglas Johnson.
Okay, just so I'm on the same page, since this is my first time calling roll, what do I just listen and wait for their response and then continue down the roll, or?
Yeah, and I'm happy since we're going to be voting a couple times to do the first one, if that would make it easier.
That would be amazing. That way I can go ahead and follow the process.
Okay, y'all let me know if I forget somebody for my notes. Okay, Chris Roberts.
Yes.
Adam Walters.
Yes.
Corey Bates.
Yes.
Will Gaskins.
Yes.
Okay, Megan Beach.
Yes.
Patrice Gilmore.
Oh, she can't vote on this one.
I'm not voting.
I'm sorry. Marcus Tuttle.
Yes.
Who did I forget? Oh, Martha.
Yes.
And Douglas Johnson.
Yes.
Okay, that's unanimous.
Great. Thank you, Catherine. All right, Keegan, on to the next one. Let's look at number 2, 3, and 4. So these are for the driveway spacing. While Keegan's bringing that up. There we go. Are there any concerns over this one? Any comments, questions?
I mean, I think this would be where the parking deck entrance enters the conversation. But as we talked about, I don't know that I am necessarily advocating a stipulation.
I don't know what you would stipulate. I mean, yeah, it's like, I feel like it goes there or it doesn't go on Hargett Street. Is that right? I mean,
And I feel like the fact that transportation has probably gone through multiple conversations with this project, and I asked Mensa if they had any concerns over it, and he said they've worked with the team and have resolved all the concerns that the transportation department has. I would be in favor of approving this.
Yeah, it certainly sets a precedent for what's acceptable downtown. But yeah, I mean, with no resistance from the city, it's kind of transportation. It's kind of like, well, it seems like everybody's okay with this. You know,
I think it would set a precedent for extraordinary projects. You don't end up with a bus station in a building every day.
Yeah.
This wasn't something I asked during the presentation, but depending on where the actual gate is, kind of affects the ability for cars to come out there at speed. And I don't know that they would put the gate there at the bottom of that chute.
Do you want to open it to get that question answered? Would that be helpful?
Sure.
All right, Justin, if we could open it back up and unmute Ms. Stewart, if we could get that question answered.
Thank you. I think the question is about where the gate is kind of inside this area. And for the answer to that design question, I would turn it over to Natalie Carmen.
Natalie, are
Natalie,
you okay if I
unmuted.
answer? This is Betty.
Yes,
Okay.
I'm typing my response.
Okay. Sorry, we just looked at this last week, so it's fresh on my mind. When we met with Mensa and the city discussed potentially narrowing the parking deck entrance. Right now we have it as 3 lanes where it could be 2 or reverse flow, so that you could have 2 lanes in the morning going up and then 2 lanes in the evening coming down. And the request from the city was in the next phase, not currently, but in the next phase, to look at narrowing that down at the parking deck entrance to be just 2 lanes and then widening back up further up the ramp to 3. And that would give us more space on that kind of pinched area there where it says blended transition. That would give us more sidewalk space and more visibility for pedestrians and the drivers to be able to see the pedestrians. And it would also help with the speed situation. Where the gates are going to be is still up for debate. We had shown them at the bottom of the ramp, kind of where it says request for, and there was discussion because of the hotel parking. If the valet wants to take someone's car from West Street and then go and put it in the parking deck, they might not want to have the gate right there off of Hargett Street. They might want to have it further up in the parking deck, so that also people could go park their car and then check in the hotel. So there was some debate about that, and we said that we agreed with Mensa and the city that we would work with them on both potentially narrowing the parking deck entrance and locating the gate to where it made the most sense.
Betty, while you're on, just in terms of the pedestrian experience there, right where that blended transition happens, what mitigation techniques are kind of in play there in terms of preventing a pedestrian from walking around that corner into a moving car?
So what we talked about with Mensa that we're going to look at in the next phase is both widening the sidewalk there so that if we can neck down the parking deck entrance, we can widen the sidewalk to just give them more room and refuge for standing in that area. And then another suggestion from Mensa and the city was potentially having some type of knockout type window in the wall that's going up the ramp so that cars could see through and see people, and people could also see through and see cars, so that it's not just a blind wall that you're having to peer around to see if there's a person or a car there. So I talked with our engineers about that, and they agreed that we've done that on other projects, and there are some treatments like that we could look into. And then there's always the mirrors that you can have, so that you can kind of see. Yeah, those aren't always as helpful, but they have some suggestions and ideas that we said we would certainly look into to try to make that a better pedestrian experience and make that really a safe area, and even better than what we have shown here. We just haven't gotten that far into the design with this yet. But that was definitely documented by Mensa in an email saying that we need to look at that in SPR, and we agreed as a design team that we will, look at those measures further.
Very good. Yeah, I think that's very important. Will, anything else?
Nope, she answered my question. I think obviously, the grade up there or down coming down creates some additional conflict. There are certainly other examples around downtown or in urban context where that's the case, and there are mitigation techniques. But does a sign that says "Don't walk" or beeping when you're in a noisy, busy bus station cut through the noise, or does it add to the confusion? I don't know.
Yeah, if they are necking down that entry, it certainly would be nice to know that at least pedestrians can turn the corner and stand somewhere without feeling like they're already in the path of a moving car as they move around that wall and into a line of sight. But maybe that's going to happen in SPR. Certainly the way it's drawn doesn't look safe.
Yeah, and to her point there about the window, or as much as that edge can be peeled back to give both cars and people extra visibility around that corner, the better. So cars don't have to creep their hoods out into the walkway before they can even see.
Peeled back, but also a certain length of, call it, guard to keep people from walking out in front of the car, so you do have some visibility through a window or whatever it might be. So like she said, cars can see people, people can see cars before they actually get to that conflict point. Yeah.
Right. If that could be a railing or a some type of transparent element.
Yeah, I think about kids. They're not all going to be thinking about what's right around that corner when they run around the corner. It sure would be nice to have a little space so that anybody running around that corner has a chance to see a car before they're in the path of the car.
If I didn't need to, let's close the hearing again. Any other comments about this one? Adam, Will, do you guys think that if we made a motion on this one, it would include stipulations? Corey's shaking, nodding his head.
Yeah, I think if it was built exactly as it's designed there on the page, that would be concerning to me. But I also defer to staff to some degree in terms of troubleshooting and coming up with the best solution there versus, stipulating something exact that there's so many other moving parts with this.
Yeah, that's the way I feel too.
How about if it's something just that they work with staff to find ways to allow for visual something of both cars and pedestrians, visible contact or something of cars and people before they get to the corner of the building.
Yeah, visual clarity and some kind of refuge after, so that they're not seeing cars coming as they're standing. I don't know how to stipulate that, but yeah.
That's why we have a very crafty attorney.
I'm trying to keep up with y'all. I'd also think that we should probably ask Mensa as well as make sure everybody's on the same page as to what would be the best. Saying work with staff, that we need something more specific than that, but maybe it's, provide, maybe this is where Mensa can come in and help. Something, I have visual cues and clarity for cars and people before they, which corner is this? Is it the north or south one? The south one, right?
Well, it's the plan north, but it's east.
It'd be the east
The
side
north,
between the parking deck and the drive.
the northwest corner of the property, but it's both the northwest corner and the parking deck to bus entrance.
Got it. Yeah. Number 4 on the list. Okay. Yeah, why don't we ask Mensa and see what would be, because we have to figure out also what would be enforceable from a plan review staff standpoint, where they look at it and they say, okay, I know I can approve this because it meets the condition.
Mensa, you still with us?
I am still with you. I'm doing a little bit of dad duty. Coming in the car, sweetie. I'm at work. And the question was again?
From a staff what would be an enforceable condition that the corner coming around with the parking deck as you come onto Hargett, something that is specific enough that staff can enforce, that has to do with some type of visual cues or clarity for both pedestrians and vehicles so that they're aware of one another when maneuvering around the corner?
So what was discussed, and I can find a way to enforce either one, is either reducing the speeds of vehicles egressing the parking deck, as well as providing some type of window through that retaining wall so that egressing vehicles can kind of see and anticipate pedestrians and vice versa if they are making that left out of the station going westbound on Hargett. Sit down.
I like adding both of those.
Sit down, sweetie. So you get to talking to? I'm talking to my people at work. Sit down, sweetie.
Okay, and I would think, since that is very technical and specific, if we could ask, I would ask Molly Stewart just to make sure that we can all be on the same page. That's something they can do as well. You don't have to have their permission to impose a condition, but if it's going to be something, I think it'd be good to check.
Can we unmute Molly?
I'm here. Thank you. So 2 things. One, I would request kind of restatement just to understand the final form of both requests. And then also I would request some time for us to consult on our end, just a few minutes here during the meeting, and maybe we could come back to this item.
So by some means of slowing down vehicles that are exiting the parking deck, I guess we'd be talking about some type of speed bump, short of the end of that retaining wall. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. That's what I'm asking for, and that's something that was discussed previously with the Go Triangle team consultants, and I believe that's something we're going to be working out during the upcoming phase for development.
And by retaining wall, you mean the wall that is between the parking garage exit and the bus entrance?
And the bus entrance, yes.
Yes. Yes.
I believe as well as some type of visual connection as well prior to the end of that wall or building. Correct.
So this one, it will be important to be very specific about, I guess we're not limiting where the wall ends. We're saying that for some distance before that end, there's some ability to see.
Yes. My intent would be, I don't know that it needs to be a window necessarily, but the effect of a window of that, transparency, being able to see both ways.
And does that depend on how far that wall extends? I'm just guessing there would be a point where we could pull the wall back, or we could, transition it to something less solid, and either one would get us.
Yeah, it could be a half wall or a rail or something.
Yeah, or an opening with like a mesh screen that with a lot of visibility through.
Yeah, I would certainly want the visibility to be not all the way to the ground, but not just for adults.
Okay, and I'm just trying to tie this to a place on the ground where this needs to happen.
So the way I've written it so far, and Molly worked with me on this too, is I have provide a window or other method of transparency through the retaining wall located on the exterior of the parking deck entrance on Hargett Street between the parking deck entrance and the bus driveway that provides a visual cue for egressing vehicles and pedestrians to, this is where it gets a little jumbled, to anticipate one another when traveling westbound on Hargett Street.
A couple of minor comments, and then kind of the big picture one. One, I would just call the parking deck access because I'm not sure. We're probably talking about the exit lane there. And then I'm not clear that that's actually a retaining wall there. Maybe Natalie can clarify that.
Just a wall.
Hi, is that Natalie?
Yes, it's just a wall.
Okay, right. Okay, and then of course we're back to that big picture. I didn't hear where this occurs.
Could we maybe we'll show it on the screen?
Yeah, can you go back to that visual you had where, there we go. And it's in the, is this the wall that's near that arrow, the blended transition arrow?
Right there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay, so it's kind of edge of right of way.
Would it be easy to say to the face of the building, to the face of the parking deck entry?
Or we could say the eastern wall. Right, the eastern exterior wall of the parking deck.
Right. The eastern exterior wall of the parking deck should be visible at some point relative to the right of way. I do want to be careful though, because we will have to have some kind of support. So at some point it will be solid, but not necessarily. I don't know how wide that would need to be. Okay, so how about this? Why don't we can kind of just discuss it on our end while the meeting proceeds, and perhaps we can come up with a suggestion for defining that.
Yeah. And I don't know if there's a way to leave it open enough for interpretation for you to work with staff as you go through the SPR review.
Catherine, the only other thing is I don't think it's specific to westbound traffic on Hargett. I would just say exit, the parking deck access.
What we could do is just take out, yeah, I got a little wordy there. So, and I'll email this to you, Molly,
Thank
while
you.
you're thinking. So, provide a window or other method of transparency through the eastern exterior wall of the parking deck access located on Hargett Street that provides a visual cue for, let's just say, pedestrians and vehicles traveling on Hargett Street. And I can email that to you, Molly, to
Okay.
with.
Okay. Yeah, we can take a look at that.
All right, thanks. So we'll table this one for now. We'll come back to it. Keegan, if you could just go back 2 pages to page 20, because this is still talking about the driveway to driveway. Is there anything else to discuss on this one, or should we go on to the next? Speak now or hold your peace. All right, let's go ahead and move on to the next one, the next batch, number 5 and 6, which is the driveway to intersection spacing. See the requests on the screen if you would flip to the next page. Yep. Thank you. Any deliberations on this one?
I would move to approve these as requested.
And we're talking about, I'm working through Molly's sheet right here. I think it's this handy, but 5 and 6 are they're both listed on here as request. It says UDO section 658. Those might be the street design manual though. Is that right? Keegan or Molly?
Give me
Yes.
one.
That's exactly right. I was looking at that earlier. It
Yeah.
absolutely must have fallen out at some point. That's the street design manual.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So make sure we all talk about the same thing.
So Marcus moved to approve this one. I'll second that, and we'll put it on a consent agenda for the end of the meeting, or at the end.
You could just go ahead and vote too, since you have your. It's up to you.
Let's group them, all the ones that don't have any controversy around them. We'll put them all at the end, so we only have to do the roll call one time.
Gotcha. Yep.
The other thing I wanted to just say in support of this is there's nothing happening on the other side of the street, and so I think that helps.
Thanks, Adam. All right, Keegan, let's move on to number 7 and 8. Tree spacing and planting area.
Yeah, I would move to approve these. I think we don't need anything else on Hargett Street happening and possibly blocking views. So certainly number 7, I think, makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and I'm in favor of number 8. There's also, with that whole cross section, a lot to navigate here, and only having 4 feet instead of 6 feet for the planting area and giving more space back to the pedestrians on the sidewalk going past those is going to be a very heavily trafficked area. So I think it benefits the pedestrians here.
I agree.
As long as they do the plantings in the court. Some types of planting in the court. It'd be nice to have something somewhere on the site.
Yeah, that's an easy stipulation.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure they will, but it's easy to make sure they do.
Catherine, can we run through these and have different people making motions with different seconds and then vote on them all at once at the end, or do we need to go one by one?
I think that if you're saying all the ones that you are moving to approve without conditions, that's all the ones you're grouping together, and then you're making the motions at the second, and you'll vote on that at the end as one. I think that's fine. But if you're adding conditions, I would go ahead and vote on all those ones separately. So it's going to get confusing otherwise.
Okay.
So I would make a motion to approve 8, as Corey said it, with the understanding that there will be plantings in lieu of the narrowed planting area. There will be plantings in the court.
Okay, so can you give me what I have here is plantings in the area labeled on page 24 of the PowerPoint as the court. But what specifically with respect to the plantings, we need a little bit of specificity with that.
Yeah, can we say with equal or greater numbers plantings? Or you would know better than I do, Adam.
I'd probably do it by square feet, just because it depends on what. I mean, it looks like you're going to put trees there, but yeah, we could do it by trees, or we could do it by square foot of planting area. Either way,
doesn't matter to me.
I would do square foot of planting area.
Yeah.
Okay, so you might need to help me a little bit. So how would you?
So I'd make a motion to approve the design alternate number 8 under the condition that the area that is being reduced is moved to the court.
Oh, I see. So the the amount of planting area that is being reduced, which is 2 feet, right?
Yeah, 2 feet by whatever linear length is. Yeah.
An equal amount of planting area, which is, that planting area is defined in the UDO as to what that is, right? X amount of trees per linear square feet. Okay, is provided in the area labeled on page 24 as the court. Okay, I would ask Molly, does that work for you all? The wording?
That equal or greater.
Again, still confirming. Can you send me that one as well? We're consulting. Thank you.
Equal or greater, just so it's not a exact thing.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So I would say an amount of planting that is equal to or greater than the amount of planting that is being reduced will be provided in the area labeled as the court. Okay, and that's with number 8, y'all. So number 7, you haven't made a motion on that one yet, though, right?
We have not.
I thought we were gonna bundle that one as an approved later.
Yeah, it would go with 5 and 6.
Yeah.
We'll put it on the
Okay,
consent.
so right now you have a motion to approve and a second for 5 and 6. You don't have a motion with 7 yet.
I'll make a motion to approve 7.
Faster just to go through these one by one and just do a quick, we can combine 5 and 6 really quick. I think it'd be faster if we just did that. I mean, I'm happy to do a roll call vote if I can do it.
Perfect.
Yeah. I think we'll find out that it'll be faster in the long run.
Corey's taking the reins.
Do it, Corey.
All right, so 5 and, are we gonna go back to 5 and 6 really quick?
Yeah, you already have a motion and a second, so you can just go ahead and vote on that. It's just a motion to approve, no conditions for 5 and
Okay,
6.
so we have a motion and a second on 5 and 6. So I'll do a roll call vote. Will Gaskins,
Yes.
Martha Everly,
Yes.
Adam Walters,
Yes.
Megan Beach, Chris Roberts,
Yes.
Therese Gilmore,
She's not voting on these cases.
not this one either. Okay,
Six,
okay,
yeah.
that's right. Marcus Tuttle,
Yes.
Douglas Johnson,
Yes.
and Corey Bates is a yes as well. So that's unanimous.
Thanks, Corey.
Can we go ahead and move to 7 then really quick, since we didn't have any conversation on that one either? We have a motion or I'll move to approve request number 7.
I'll second that.
Any further discussion? All right,
Sorry, who was that second?
Adam.
Thank you.
I'll take a roll call vote. Will Gaskins,
Yes.
Martha Everly,
Yes.
Adam Walters,
Yes.
Megan Beach, Chris Roberts,
Yes.
Marcus Tuttle,
Yes.
Douglas Johnson,
Yes.
Corey Bates says yes. That's unanimous as well. Can we go to number 8? Or do we need to have?
I
I
think
think
we're
the
still,
attorneys are working that out. So let's skip ahead to number 9. Sidewalk width.
Can we do 9 and 10 together? I know they're on different streets, but
Probably.
Yep.
Any discussion on 9?
I don't have
or
any
10?
issue. I'm sorry. I don't have any issue with either of these.
I'm good. I think preserving the continuity of the 66 Christmas plan makes sense.
Yep, I agree.
Move to approve number 9 and 10 as outlined.
I'll second that.
Any further discussion? Take a roll call vote. Don't mind, Chair.
Go for
Mark
it.
Askins,
Yes.
Martha Everly,
Yes. Yes.
Adam Walters,
Yes.
Megan Beach,
Yeah.
Chris Roberts,
Yes.
Marcus Tuttle,
Yes.
Douglas Johnson,
Yes.
Corey Bates is a yes. That is unanimous as well.
Thank you, Corey. All right, shall I move on to number 11? So this is requirement for the bike lane. So on Hargett Street, both sides, no bicycle lane.
I don't know if I can get behind that without them talking to BPAC or somebody first. I feel like that is going to be, if they don't close Hargett Street at the rail line, that is a really popularly used bicycle route, and to remove the lanes and add congestion doesn't seem to meet the intent of the code, as I can see it. Happy to hear anybody else's thoughts.
I agree with needing to go in front of BPAC for this. I'm not sure personally that a bike lane, there's a lot of conflict points that, to me, probably the road, it probably would be, taking the lane would probably be a safer bet, but I would leave that up to the BPAC who.
Yeah, it might be better, just to have, but I just don't know. I feel like we have bike lanes for a reason, and knowing how well used this is, and the fact that there's going to be a lot of folks probably coming this way to this destination by bike and scooter and all that, narrowing it as much as it is. So maybe it's just a stipulation that BPAC. I don't know what anybody else thinks, but appreciate your input, Corey.
So, sorry, there are some rules about conditions, and that one is one that is not really a condition you can impose in a quasi-judicial decision, is to go before another board for their feedback. I'm curious if you can think of a condition that can be that can be applied now, or if Ms. Stewart has any recommendations about a condition that, hearing their concerns, that could help you with this item.
I'm not sure I can come up with a condition that's going to make this same block serve this major transit service, and still, provide a designated area for cyclists, which is, like we said, it's really all that is changing here. And so, I think we've worked closely with transportation over a number of months on this to sort out what would be the safest situation. And I think the outcome was just that it was agreed that we wouldn't want to encourage it. I know that I hear frustrations from the bicycle community when a lane is put down and it's, not the type of lane that's needed to actually keep one safe in the given situation. This is a very intensive use for this block. And so I do think that the best message to deliver is that, one of two things is true here. Either we're still part of the downtown grid and there are other options and there are other bike lanes, or in the long term, this may be a dead end and not particularly useful to a cyclist in any event. So I think in both cases, there are better options to use. And there will always be some who, are unafraid and will go ahead and take the lane and use it that way, and they'll be cautious. But I wouldn't want to encourage kind of the general population to use this as a preferred route.
I appreciate that, and I tend to agree with that. I'm, being a previous BPAC commission member, most of the bicycle community does want every lane throughout the city to be bicycle friendly. I don't agree with that approach. I think I would rather take fewer streets but make them twice as good than taking all the streets and making them half as good. So I think, you know, as this is a difficult situation because there aren't a lot of connections across there, there is one just on the other side of Citrix that could be done really well. So there is still access to the other side of the railroad, just a block away.
Is there any means at all of accommodating bicycles short of the traditional bike lanes that we could articulate for examination with the bicycle pedestrian committee?
Yeah, Sharrow's came to mind, but I'm kind of hesitant to recommend something that's specific.
Yeah, and the painted median doesn't offer any opportunity for, and I'm just, my advantage here is I know nothing, so everything's possible, but I don't have any examples.
Yeah, is the painted median necessary for the bus turning and safety?
Yeah.
I appreciate that. And I got to look at it as what I want my son to go ride down there with all these points of potential contact. And my answer would be no. I'd rather him go around the block and come up somewhere else, no matter how well, even if they had a specific bike lane.
Yeah, I don't know that folks are going to do that. I think people will end up there, you know, and then say, "Oh, look, I'm here," you know, and maybe not have the vision. Yeah.
Well, is it our business? I say this as a person who's just been dropped into the deep end. Is it our business to see that the bicycle pedestrian group is in some way informed? Because I don't know what's going on a lot of times normally here, shocked that they were not contacted. The ones who would have the greatest experience with bicycle safety among any of the parts of the transportation staff and community. So do we, because I would otherwise vote no because they didn't do that. And if we had something that could say at least that, too bad, you weren't informed, and this is the way it's going to be because everything else points the way to finding a solution to this problem by eliminating a bike accommodation.
If you go to Keegan, can you pull 851B are the design alternate standards? So it's the applicant's burden to produce evidence to show that they meet each material competent substantial evidence, and they meet each one of these standards. And if they meet each one of those standards and they've proved their case and they're entitled to the request, so that's what you should be focusing on. Are these are the right standards for this one, right? 8.5, because this is a request from 855A.
Yeah, it's a request for this cross section.
So this is your standard, and this is what you have to base it on, and you can't unfortunately ask for input from other groups to help you with that. It's supposed to be based on your decisions based on the evidence the applicant submits in the evidentiary hearing you're having now as to each of those standards.
Well, based on the evidence I've heard, there's absolutely nothing that suggests a bicyclist is accommodated in this area. So lacking evidence, especially when the area is a target for or destination for bicyclists, I would say that, let's see, the approved design alternative is not consistent with the intent of Article 8.5.
Mhm. And we, remind me, Catherine, we can't defer these. Can we defer one of these and ask them to provide more information, or?
You can always continue a case. Applicants, typically when it's apparent that you might not have a vote in your favor, you can ask the applicant whether they would like to continue the evidentiary hearing if they would like to come back. It's typically we ask the applicants input on that.
Is it per, it would just be continuing this number, not all of them?
So I'm gonna be honest, I've never had a situation where you only continue part of it, but there's also 18 requests in here.
Yeah.
And if Ms. Stewart and her team are okay with continuing one of their design alternate requests, because in theory they could all be heard separately, then I'm fine with that. I would
That may be something that we want to consider, just to give them an opportunity to make a better case on this one instead of do this all over again. That would be pretty tricky.
Yeah, if we can unmute Ms. Stewart.
I'm here. Thank you. I appreciate that. And we do have some points to make now that we've seen where the discussion has gone. And in particular, well, there are a few points. One is that median is absolutely a required element, not something that we're able to play with. Any sort of bike infrastructure that we would put in here would conflict with bus turning movements, and it would not be something we'd want to encourage. Procedurally, this is something where we followed all the procedures the city has required or advised. We've been working with staff for several months on these questions. The BPAC, of which I'm also a former member, and they're an advisory board to the council, and simply not a part of kind of the flow of how this type of review goes. Now, that said, we're of course happy to go and talk with them. We would hope that it would not start to hold up an important project that has some key funding deadlines to meet. As you know, this is a complicated project beyond its physical form. It involves levels of government up to federal, and there are just a lot of moving pieces. And so we would hope that this would not be the issue that would prevent that from moving forward.
If I could add too, that maybe this help might frame that as well. Anything that, because this is quasi-judicial, any conversations that happen outside of this evidentiary hearing, including conversations with other city boards, is not evidence that's submitted in this proceeding, that you can't consider that. So I don't know if that would even be helpful for you, honestly, because it's not evidence that's being brought before you for your consideration.
I'm going to say that having heard all of that and knowing that they've been working with staff, and I am a cyclist and would not want to go down this road, even if there were lanes, knowing bus drivers and all of the turning movements that are going to happen along here, I just think encouraging, yes, bikes are going to end up on this road and there's nothing we're going to be able to do to prevent that. But encouraging bikes to come down this road, I think, is a safety issue that we do not want to encourage. So I'm in favor, similar to what Corey had said, of not requiring bike lanes along Hargett Street.
Is that a motion, Chris?
I will make a motion to approve this request number 11.
Well, I would support that, because really all we're talking about here and all that's presented to us, as far as I can tell from the attorney's comment, is whether they're bike lanes or not. And I think we agree that's not going to work.
All right, so Corey, you okay if I take over the roll call vote?
Go for it.
So we'll do a roll call vote. Adam?
Do you need me to vote yes on this? Do we? in order for it to move forward?
They need 5 affirmative votes to be approved.
And we have, okay, so I don't have to vote affirmative.
Well, you need a vote. Yeah, well,
You vote however you feel you need to vote.
Yeah. No.
Corey,
Yes.
Martha,
Yes.
Will,
I vote yes, and I'll just say too, there are some other planned street grid improvements over there that may, lessen the popularity of this route too.
very good. Megan,
Yes.
Douglas,
Well, since I can vote no without keeping it from being defeated to express my chagrin, which is probably not even permitted, but there you are. I'll vote no too, as long as we still have the 5 needed.
thanks, Douglas. And last is me, Chris, and that is a yes. So the motion carries.
Hey, Chris. Sorry, you got me.
Yeah.
I'm a yes.
Oh, sorry, Marcus.
All
right. Skipped right over you since you had made the second. So that one carries, is it 6-2, I believe?
Right.
That is correct.
Very good. All right, thanks. So let's move on to number 12. Let's see. We can flip to page 3132. So this is related to the right-of-way, the Hargett Street right-of-way. So number 12 is the Hargett Street right-of-way. 64 feet is the requirement, and the request is actually for 66. I certainly have no issue with that.
Neither do I.
Any debate on this one? I'm going to move to, all right, motion from Corey, second, Chris Roberts. We'll do a roll call.
We're gonna vote.
Adam?
We're gonna vote on these individually. The rest of these individually.
I think so, because the next one is parking, travel lanes, building massing, blank wall.
I'm a yes. Probably the yes on all these. Yep.
Corey,
Yes.
Martha,
Yes.
Are we voting on 12?
The motion was just
Yes.
for 12, right?
just for 12. Yeah. Correct. Will,
Yes.
Marcus,
Yes.
Megan,
Yes.
and Douglas.
Yes.
And this is Chris. I'm a yes. Motion passes unanimously. Moving on to 13. Any comments on this one?
I've got issues with this one. I think, as designed, and it's not totally the site's fault. The access to curb space is a serious challenge for the success of that ground floor retail.
Will you say more about that? Because I know you have a vision on it, and I'm trying to really get the meat behind it.
And it's partly due to the cycle track across the street in terms of there being no curbside access. So when I say curbside access, I mean, trash pickup, Uber Eats, loading zone access. It's extremely constrained now, and there's existing, on-street parking along this entire length. Cutting into that with both the bump outs as well as the BRT bus lane and then adding the complexity of, hotel pickup and drop off, as well as this being a transportation site that would theoretically have, activity from that. It's just going to create a crazy mix there of really active pickup and drop off for both sides along this block, constrained to those 8 spaces.
Yeah, I totally see that. So do you see something that would be better, like a way to, or is it just kind of like, wow, this sucks?
Yeah, I mean, certainly there's an element of that. I love the bump outs. I think aesthetically, from a pedestrian experience, they're great things. But it does the curbside access kind of way more importantly, given the fact that it's completely unsupported on the other side of the street.
So are you saying that you would want all 8 of those spaces to be loading, or that even that would not be enough? That would need a bigger solution?
At the latter, I don't need to specify specifically what that's used for. Those can be pretty flexibly adapted to, site conditions, actual usage, but
So your suggestion would be to get rid of the bump outs so you could have like 1 or 2 more spaces. Is that what you're thinking?
talking out loud for now.
Or does your comment earlier about, you're pretty good about typically asking the question about the parking deck and how many spaces are provided in there, which I think are great questions to ask as well, which we didn't really receive any positive feedback on. Haven't gotten to that point yet. So there could be none for public. But yeah, I tend to agree. I like how visually this looks for a pedestrian, but I do totally get it is critical for some drop off pickup parking along the street, like you said, there being none across the street. Or designated in the parking deck.
I guess I'm still a little confused. Will, could you say again, like, what would make this design better in your mind?
I'm talking out loud as far as the balance and weighing the need for curbside access for both sides of the street and the viability of both ground floor retail in the bigger sense, the restaurant, the retail, whatever it is, versus the need for this to be a really functioning pedestrian environment with the addition of those bump outs. The BRT lane, the extension of that bus zone onto this property, if that's something that will become down the line, but it's not immediate, and so that's a relief valve of some sort for some additional curbside access. Maybe that's helpful, but it does kind of push that down the line a little bit.
This is Mensa. May I ask what item are we considering here?
This is 13.
And I don't have the list in front of me. Could someone please?
Yeah, the requirement for the 8.5 foot parking lane, and the request is to replace the required parking lane on the west side of West Street with a hotel drop off and loading area with a 1 foot design alternate to the required 8.5 foot parking lane. So it's a 9.5 foot indent.
Thank you.
So Well, basically what we're talking about here is they want to add a drop-off and loading area, and you would rather have parking, public parking. Is that what or we just need more public parking? I mean, I guess if this is designated as drop-off and loading, it may provide more opportunity to have service for folks, but I guess maybe it's limited, more limited.
And it's so sorry if I was a little nuanced there. I specifically mean curbside. I don't think it's necessarily street parking. I think the mixed use loading zone is a good thing there, given how many different mixed uses will be using it. But I know that a hotel use of that zone can be pretty heavy when also combining in that then becomes the loading zone that services both sides of the street entirely. So there's just a lot of conflict there.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think if we're deciding between this being a drop off and temporary loading, that's got to be better than cars parked there for as long as they want to pay the meter, right?
Like I said, I think the base state of having street parking enables it to be loading to be, whatever, on a more flexible use versus, by putting those bump outs, which again, I love the bump outs. That's a more permanent alteration there.
I do too.
I think we need to, I agree with all this, but I think we need to make sure that we're on track with what the request is. So maybe we should look at the request and then look at what we're required to, what the section of the UDO is asking us to review.
So the request is to make it 1 foot wider and make it loading and temporary loading and drop off instead of parking spaces, right?
Right.
Yeah, so there's.
I mean, I think making it. Sorry, go ahead. After you, Martha.
The specific request, if we kind of are looking at exactly what they're asking for, is getting closer to that intent that I think Will's getting at. It might not be as much as we want, but their request is, within the confines of those four.
Yeah. And personally, I think the 9.5 foot depth is better than 8.5 foot depth with the amount of traffic that's going to be pulling in and out.
Yeah. I think it makes it better. I mean, you're going to have somewhere to pull in. It's going to reduce congestion and make it more almost like a more democratic space there, which is kind of what you want.
I move to approve as brought.
Corey's made a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second, Martha.
Thank you, Martha. Any discussion? I'll do a roll call vote. Adam?
Yes.
Corey?
Yes.
Martha?
Yes.
Will?
I'm going to vote no.
Marcus?
Yes.
Megan?
Yes.
Douglas?
Yes.
And Chris Roberts is a yes. Motion passes 7-1. And let's move on to the next one, number 15. 14 was withdrawn. Number 15 is the 12-foot travel lane to to reduce by 1/2 foot. Keegan, if you could navigate to that one, I think it was around page 35 on their list. There we go. So I'm pretty sure 14 got withdrawn, right, everybody? Correct me if I'm wrong. So we're just talking about number 15.
Yes.
Seems like they're trading a foot of travel lane for the foot of loading area, or I don't know. I mean, that's pretty narrow for buses, and I'm sure there's gonna be a lot of buses on it. But I guess the question is, do you want it to be in the loading area or in the travel lane?
I'm all for minimizing travel lane width.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
I'm definitely as well.
I'd make a motion to approve it as.
A second.
Thanks, Adam. Thanks, Corey. Any more discussion? We'll take a vote. Adam? Corey?
Yes.
Martha?
Yes.
That's happening here that is really.
Will?
yes.
Marcus?
Yes.
He received a certificate.
Megan?
Yeah.
Douglas?
Yes.
And Chris Roberts is a yes. That one passes unanimously. Number 16, building massing, and number 18, blank wall. I personally could almost see these going together, so I'm going to speak in favor of both. If anybody feels strongly or has opposition or needs to put stipulations on one, we can break them apart. But I think the way that they've treated the massing of the buildings, you've got some areas that don't quite meet that setback or step back requirement, but others that are more than meeting that requirement. And just the articulation of the massing along that facade, the fact that they've set it back from the right of way more than they need to, I would be in full support of this one, number 16. And then as it relates to the blank wall area, I think it's a very, very nice design. I think the blank wall requirement was put in place to cut down on, having too much blank wall in a bad way. In this case, I think it's done in a very elegant way that really helps accentuate the verticality of the massing. So I would be in favor of both of these.
Yeah, I can't believe this fits in the blank wall category just because they're so narrow. Doesn't really look like blank wall to me at all. Yeah, I agree.
Chair, is this vote for 16 or 16 and 17?
I think we're gonna wrap 16 and 18 into one.
17 was
17 was withdrawn.
Correct.
Yep.
I just want to clarify that. Thank you.
Sure.
I agree with what you just said.
Chris. I totally, I appreciate everything that you said, and I agree with it all.
I move to approve 16 and 18 without contingency.
Second that.
All right. Thank you, Will and Corey. Roll call vote. Adam.
Yes.
Corey.
Happy tour would remain named.
Martha.
Yes.
Will.
Yes.
Marcus.
Yes.
Megan.
Yes.
Douglas.
Yes.
And Chris Roberts is a yes. Number 16 and 18 pass unanimously. Okay, now we need to circle back to 2 through 4. Catherine, did you guys work on some language for this one?
I sent it over to Ms. Stewart. Do you guys get a chance to look?
We have, thank you. And I would love to address those. One moment. Okay. So the first was the request regarding visibility. And we had a conversation, including our engineers, and what we'd like to request is simply a commitment to work with staff to address increasing that transparency. Apparently, it is not a simple matter to do that level of design in this sort of a process. We do have that parts of the engineering team here. If you'd like to hear from them as well, or to understand those issues better.
Okay, so one thing I'd say is that the condition needs to be more specific than to work with staff. If it can be broad enough to say that you will provide a method of transparency, but not specify what that method is. I don't know if that would work.
My understanding is that isn't something we're able to commit to just because of the level of engineering involved in that. So I don't believe we can say more at this point.
Okay. So I would the applicant doesn't have to agree to conditions, but I think it is important to ask them whether or not they could actually do them. And it sounds like they're not sure at this time if they could do it or not. So.
Correct.
Discussion by the commission.
And what about the second piece, which was the slowing of speed?
Oh, the speed bumps. I'm sorry, that was not included in the language that we saw. Let me just confirm that one quickly.
We didn't nail down that language for that one. Would it be, I have reducing speed for vehicles egressing the parking deck, but what specifically were you looking for? Speed humps to reduce the speed for vehicles egressing the parking deck, is that correct?
I'm not going to say specifically speed bumps, but some mechanism to slow speeds for vehicles exiting the parking deck.
Well, I'm not the expert, so I would ask Mensa, but is it appropriate to say a traffic calming measure to reduce the speed of vehicles egressing the parking deck?
I like that language.
Okay.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that language?
The applicant will provide a traffic calming measure to reduce the speed of vehicles egressing the parking deck.
That works for us.
Okay. Located on Parkett Street.
Any other discussion about the other stipulation?
Not ready to vote in favor without that. I would vote with written. I think it can be done. I think there are ways that can be done. We're not specifically stating how much or how long that area needs to be, but I think a visual connection is very important.
Yeah, I agree. I think we probably wouldn't be doing our jobs that we're asked to do based on the intent of the code if we were to say that what we saw drawn there was okay without some kind of transparency or visual clarity.
I have to agree with you guys with what I see on that plan, and people not paying attention going around that corner. I think it could spell some real trouble. And I have to believe that in some way, shape, or form, engineering can figure out how to make that work.
I've just received alternate language, if I can read that.
Okay.
The suggestion is that we can commit to provide increased transparency between pedestrians traveling on the south side of Hargett Street and vehicles accessing the parking deck entrance and exit.
Can you please repeat that one more time?
We can commit to provide increased transparency between pedestrians traveling on the south side of Hargett Street and vehicles accessing the parking deck, entrance and exit.
Thank you.
Does the term transparency include awareness? I'm thinking particularly of vehicles exiting with the speed bump and some warning of to expect pedestrians in the area.
I would again ask Mensa to weigh in on that too, as how a plan reviewer would apply that, make sure it's enforceable.
I would look at the specific condition that we're discussing here and ultimately making sure that it applies to providing that transparency and awareness so that pedestrians accessing or walking around the site and vehicles can be aware of each other. And I would make that a condition, design condition, either if not in this current phase, in the next phase of development, so that the actual plan represented or reflected the conditions that we're speaking about.
I have a question too, though. If I have this right, Ms. Stewart, I have the applicant will provide increased transparency between pedestrians traveling on south side of Hargett and the vehicles accessing the parking deck. But does it say specifically the location of that increased transparency?
It doesn't, and I think your language that you had before about that location would be acceptable. This is something we're working on very quickly.
Okay, so it would be increased transparency on the eastern exterior wall of the parking deck. Is that right?
Yes, one moment, I've just received another comment.
That specificity helps me for sure.
That works.
And it said accessing the parking deck. I would also include exiting if that, because I don't know if accessing and exiting are the same thing.
In fact, exiting is probably better because that's the side that it's going to be on.
So change that to exiting, just exiting? Or both?
Works for me, yes.
I'm just trying to understand what materially is different between those two.
We previously had the word entrance in there, and that is actually a little bit confusing because that's not adjacent to the wall in question.
And that was the issue with the original wording.
Right.
Okay.
Catherine, could you read that when you get it figured out?
Okay, here's what I have. Okay, the applicant will provide increased transparency on the eastern exterior wall of the parking deck between pedestrians traveling on the south side of Hargett Street and vehicles exiting the parking deck entrance and exit.
Catherine, I apologize as we're trying to do this in real time, but we need to request that the awareness be either visual through transparency or through an audio feature.
Okay, so applicant will provide, and it's up to the commission, but what they're requesting is either increased transparency on the eastern exterior wall or an audio cue. Is that what I'm hearing?
That's right. And I believe there's an alternative to the word wall. Could we allow Betty White to speak? She has some more specific thoughts from the engineering perspective.
It's up to the chair.
I'm sorry. Yes, please unmute Betty.
He is unmuted.
Betty, are you there? Can you hear us?
Yep, I can hear. Can you hear me?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I wanted to point out that there has not been, the structural design for this project has not been done yet, the full structural design. So we have done some conceptual structural layout, but like this wall that we're talking about has not been designed at all. So we don't know if it, it can be pulled back further or what the dimensions of that wall structurally need to be. So that's, the one main thing I wanted to point out in the wording is that we can address the transparency between pedestrians and vehicles entering and exiting the parking deck. We just can't say right now on this call if it can be, if that wall can be modified. So I just was wanted to point that out and try to remove the word wall, because I can't say for sure, and no one on our team here can say during this call if we can modify the design of that wall, because it hasn't been designed yet. There are other measures though that we can definitely look at and work with the city that Mensa has brought to our attention that you all have been discussing, that we can work with the city to find the right solution for that. It's just modifying that wall. We're not sure if that's possible or not.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate that clarity, and you know, I'd rather be less specific. I kind of like it without the audio part, and just knowing that there's a commitment to addressing transparency and it being there in some fashion.
I agree with you, Adam. There's going to be so many different noises coming from this area, being a bus station, that I don't know that an audio cue would be a good solution here. I would rather just leave it transparency.
I agree.
So-
I think the addition with the transparency as well as the traffic calming measure that we discussed, speed bump or whatever that is, I think that would be enough. But I don't like any kind of additional noise type piece of device that would, I'm not sure it would even do anything with the amount of noise and traffic and stuff that's going in and out of it. I would rather leave it.
Yeah.
Got no problem leaving wall out. You know, the area of emphasis there is just that separation, whatever that is, whatever that vertical separation is, or delineation or partition, whatever you want to call it.
Okay, what
Catherine,
about,
do you have?
I might have screwed this all up, so y'all tell me. The applicant will provide a visual cue which may include transparency on the eastern exterior wall of the parking deck to notify pedestrians traveling on the south side of Hargett Street of vehicles exiting the parking deck.
I actually like that.
I think you still have wall in it.
Sorry, the requirement is for a visual cue, but I put which may include transparency on the eastern exterior wall. It leaves it open so that they could, if that's not possible, they could choose another way, other visual cue. Again, not a technical expert. I don't know if that's the right term.
My concern is just if it ends up being like a sign, for example, that's like, hey, there's a conflict here, a kid is not going to be able to read that and understand it.
Yeah, I agree. I kind of liked how it was before, where it was just they will increase transparency, and maybe we just don't say that it has to be in that wall.
I totally agree. Look, it hasn't been designed yet, so it can be designed.
Right.
We don't look at it as the opposite. We look to it as it hasn't been designed yet, so it can be designed to have some transparency. I mean, it's not holding up a 40-story building right at that point.
I'm also concerned about pedestrians that may have in headphones, earphones, and may not be able to pick up on the audio cues.
Yeah, good point.
Okay. I just need a location. So y'all tell me, so the applicant, going back to the other language, the applicant will provide increased transparency at or around the parking deck to notify pedestrians traveling on the south side of Hargett Street of vehicles exiting the parking deck. I need a location to say where the transparency will be.
I would keep the east wall of the parking deck exit.
Well, if you don't keep the wall, you could say basically there needs to be transparency between pedestrians traveling south from the bus station entry and the cars exiting the parking deck. Then you're just referencing the two potential conflict elements, and it's just between the parking deck exit and the bus entry, or something like that.
Okay, so just increase transparency to notify pedestrians traveling on the south side of Hargett Street of vehicles exiting the parking deck.
Pedestrians and exiting vehicles, but yes.
Notify. Okay, where was the other pedestrians and exiting vehicles?
I just mean it needs to be two-way, you know, just transparency. Not that they would put a one-way mirror, but the intent there is for cars to see people and people to see cars.
So increase transparency between pedestrians, we just say that, traveling on the south side of Hargett Street and vehicles exiting the parking deck?
Yeah.
There we go.
Very good. Who wants to make a motion?
And Ms. Stewart, just we're all good. We're all clear on the two. There's that one, and then the traffic calming measure to reduce speed of vehicles egressing the parking deck.
Yes, thank you.
All right.
I move to approve with those two.
There's a second.
I'm sorry, can we clarify too? You have number 2, 3, and 4 open still. Is this condition, these conditions, are they just on number 4 or are they on 2, 3, and 4?
I think it's just on 4.
Yeah, because
we
it's
need
just
to vote
driveway
these separately.
3 and 4, right?
Yeah. Adam, you said just 4?
Sorry, yeah, I think it's just 4 because we're just talking about the space between driveways 3 and 4.
That's right.
That's correct. Yep.
Can we vote for all 3 together, or do we have to vote for that one individually?
Your motion can be to approve 2, 3, and 4 with those conditions on number 4.
That is my motion.
Thanks, Corey.
I'll second that.
Will Gaskin, second. We'll vote. Roll call. Adam,
Yes.
Corey,
Yes.
Martha,
Yes.
Will,
Yes.
Marcus,
Yes.
Megan,
Every time she moves, you gotta wait.
Douglas,
Yes.
and Chris Roberts is a yes. That one passes unanimously. And last but not least, I believe number 8, we're working on some language as well.
Right, and I wish I sent to Ms. Stewart.
Yes, I can go ahead and address that. So I wonder if it's possible to bring up again the visual that shows the bus turnaround. It's kind of got the parklets on it. That's the one. Okay, so I've learned some things about this. The landscaped area within the court is the required amenity area. So that will certainly be there. In addition to providing all of the required trees in this planting area, none of which are being removed, we are also providing those parklet areas. And so we think increasing the planting area over and above these items would actually start to interfere with pedestrian flow in this area and start to cause a problem. Given that this reduction in width hasn't taken away any trees, and in fact, there's we have some people on the line who can talk a bit more about it, but there's in the current plans a silva cell system that creates these very healthy trees and in fact expands their root zone well beyond what you see here on your plan. It actually goes under the sidewalk and uses stormwater. So nothing is really being lost in this request. We feel that there is a lot of greenery here and a lot of need for the pedestrian space and would ask that that condition not be applied.
That's great. That clarification makes me feel a lot better. And I was going to ask about soil volume in the reduced planting width, and if they're doing silva cells, I think that they're going above and beyond. So that's great.
Thank you.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm going to rely on our landscape architect residents here. Adam, do you want to make a motion? Or Martha?
I'll
Yeah.
move to.
Yeah. I'll second.
All right. Motion by Martha, second by Adam. And we'll take a roll call vote. Adam,
Yes.
Corey,
Yes.
Martha,
Yes.
Will,
Yes.
Marcus,
Yes.
Megan. Megan?
Yeah.
Got it. Douglas? Douglas, you there?
Sorry, yes.
All right, thank you. And Chris Roberts is yes. That one passes unanimously. All right, thank you, everybody. That concludes the first evidentiary hearing. All right, the second one was.
Oh, I just want to say before we end, I really appreciate everybody's attention on this one. That was like probably the hardest thing we've done, and I really appreciate the applicant's time and Catherine's time.
Yeah.
Thank
And
you.
Thank you for saying that, Adam.
I appreciate the attention given to a novice, and I am awed by the comprehensive insights that have resolved these problems tonight.
Well, thank you for that. And I know this is a lot of time out of our night, but this is extremely important things to get done in a timely manner. So we've got a few more evidentiary hearings on the agenda still. So thank you, everybody, for sticking with us as well. So the second one was continued. So we're going to move to evidentiary hearing number 3. This is 400 and 410 Glenwood Ave, property owners 400 Glenwood Avenue Property LLC and 410 Glenwood Avenue Property LLC. Case DA 0027-2021. Patrice, you will be voting on this one. And in order to round out our 9, Douglas Johnson, you will also continue voting on this one.
Ooh, I thought I got off the hook on this one. Okay.
So you're still part of it. All right, so we're going to swear in staff. Renee Hagan, Transportation.
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Keegan, I believe we're going to turn it over to you to give the overview.
Okay, thanks very much. So this is a project located at the intersection of Glenwood and North Street. 2 addresses are 400 and 410 Glenwood. Some of you may be more familiar with this site, and its name is the Creamery. So you may hear that reference. Essentially, and I'm going to skip ahead a little bit to the site plan. This is a proposal for 2 mixed-use towers and structured parking. So again, I'm just going to try and group together the request for you all and then turn it over to the applicant to try to keep things moving, unless, of course, there are any specific questions for me. Essentially, this request can be broken up into a step back request, again, relevant to the step back between the 2nd story or 25 feet and the 12th story. And there will be a minimum, they are proposing to meet that step back at varying heights, 18 feet and higher along the building.
Hey, Keegan, just to make sure you're not sharing your screen yet.
Thank you. I'm sorry about that. Thought I was. Sorry. So here, I'll just quickly show that aerial with the site here at 400, 410. And then actually, I think the applicant has probably a better image for these step back requests that you can see. But what they're proposing essentially is a varying height step back, which I'll let them get into a little bit more detail on, but essentially at heights 18 feet and higher, um, they'll be providing that minimum step back. The other piece of this is related to transparency. Again, I will let the applicant get into detail, but essentially looking at transparency relief along the 4 ground level facades on both sites. And so you can see the amount of relief being requested relevant to that 66% requirement. And the other requests are transportation related. Their initial bundle included some streetscape and right-of-way requests, which I believe will be pared down in some respect, and I'll let the applicant speak to that more closely. Lastly, and sorry for nauseating you, to just jump back to that site plan, there are requests related to driveways. So you can see the one driveway that sort of loops around from west north to Glenwood. So there is a request related to driveway spacing, right-of-way spacing relief along both streets, and then also driveway relief along west north for this driveway and the other that will be further to the east. So those are their requests. Again, step back, transparency, driveway to right-of-way spacing, and driveway to driveway spacing. Here are the findings for transparency. So just 2, that it meets the intent and that it utilizes other architectural, artistic, or landscape treatments to create visual interest to offset the reduction in transparency. For building massing, I won't go through these just because we saw them on the previous case, but here for your reference later. And I did include these in case there's any need, but I believe the street cross-section relief has been addressed and is no longer an issue, but I'll let the applicant speak to that directly. And then lastly, for those elements that are coming from the street design manual, have these findings available. So with that being said, I'm more than happy to pass it over to the applicant at this point. They do have a detailed presentation that I think will, again, fill in the details for you all.
Thanks, Keegan. Before we do that, does the commission have any questions for Keegan? Renee, do you have anything to add? Sorry, Renee, are you there? Do you have anything to add?
I apologize. I'm trying to work on the unmute button. I don't have anything to add, except we had extensive conversations with the applicant, and they have done a very good job taking staff's recommendations into account to incorporate it into the design regarding the transportation aspects of this project.
Thank you for those comments. Commission, any questions for Renee? Okay, the applicant will now present evidence and legal arguments in support of the request. As a reminder to the applicant, any evidence and argument must focus on the applicable standards. Collier Marsh, you may proceed with your presentation. Any witnesses you call will need to be sworn in before they testify. And if you don't mind, I'll swear them in at the beginning of this, if that works for you.
That'd be great.
Eli Eidenstadt. Is Eli with us?
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you. If you would state your name, address, and relationship to the case.
Eli Eisenstadt, 4 Bryant Park, New York, New York, owner developer.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Dave Toms.
Present.
Could you state your name, address, and relationship?
Dave Toms, 3425 Apache Drive. I'm representing Nick Adams. We're the landscape architect and civil engineer for the project.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Fred Belladin.
Good evening.
Pardon me, Chair. For the previous address
Yeah.
on 3425 Apache Drive, may I get a city state for that? Raleigh 27609. Thank you.
Thank you. Fred, if you could please state your name, address, and relationship.
Fred Belden, 711 Gaston Street, Raleigh, NC 27605. And I am one of the consulting architects for the project.
And do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Lucas Posada. Lucas, is Lucas with us?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
If you
Hi.
would state your name, address, and relationship to the case.
Yep. My name is Lucas Posada with Morse Adjemi Architects at 60 Broad Street, New York, New York. And I'm the architect on the project.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Michael Vamprin.
I do not see Michael on the attendee list.
Okay. Gray Harrell.
Hear me? Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes. You could state your name, address, and relationship to the project.
Gray Harrell. I'm with McAdams, the civil engineer and landscape architect on the project. Address is 2801 Claremont Road, Raleigh, North Carolina 27608.
And do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. Thank you so much. Collier, it is all you.
All right, thank you. Good evening, Chair Roberts and members of the Appearance Commission. Again, I'm Collier Marsh with Parker Poe Adams and Bernstein. We're at 301 Fayetteville Street in Raleigh here on behalf of the applicant. I'd like to start by asking that our application, our presentation, case report, and supporting materials all be accepted into the record.
So noted. Thank you.
Okay, so we have several design alternates for you tonight. They relate to the proposed redevelopment of the historic Pine State Creamery. That site, it's located at 400 and 410 Glenwood Avenue. As part of this redevelopment, the creamery, which is a local historic landmark, is being preserved. So the redevelopment will occur on the remainder of the site. As many of you know, the site was recently rezoned to DX40 CU, and we've also obtained 2 certificates of appropriateness from the Raleigh Historic Development Commission related to this project. So that first COA addressed the overall massing, setbacks, and height of the project. And then we've got a second COA that addressed the building's design and materials. As the Appearance Commission may be able to imagine, committing to the preservation of the creamery itself and then designing high-rise development on the remainder of the site in a manner that still honors the creamery and then it advances historic preservation goals, it creates a number of challenges and leads to various complications that need to be resolved through design alternates. So the project includes a number of features, and just what you see on the slide for reference is a large public plaza that's part of the pedestrian realm that we're providing here. There's also a WUNRF internal to the site that activates the pedestrian realm within the site. And we think this will be a transformative project for Glenwood South with public amenities that frankly don't exist today. So we're excited to tell you a lot more about this proposal. Next slide, please. So this slide shows the site's current condition and the surrounding area for context. So on the left-hand side, we have the aerial, and just for everyone's reference, the 2 images are kind of a 180 of one another. So if we start with the image on the left-hand side, the aerial, you have, north, obviously, at the top. The creamery is the northwest corner of the 410 parcel. So that building that's situated right at that northwest corner at the intersection of Glenwood and Tucker. The 400 parcel is the southwest corner there. So you see a dashed line outlining that 400 parcel. So it's a separate parcel, smaller in that corner, but important to note the differences because the requests apply depending on which parcel we're talking about. So we have Glenwood Avenue on the western frontage, and then West North Street on the southern side, railroad tracks running on the eastern boundary of our property. So if we then move to the right-hand image, we have a different angle of the site, and again rotated now so that we're standing, I guess, or looking from the northwest at the site. You see the creamery in the foreground, and again we're preserving the creamery, and the development would be focused around the creamery itself. Next slide, please. So this slide shows the overall development concept for the site. Again, with two different angles, and actually flipped on either side of the slide now. So starting with the 410 Glenwood Avenue parcel. That's the larger parcel. That's where the creamery is located. So you can see it in the foreground on the left-hand side. And then on the right-hand image, it's the upper left and wraps around the right-hand side. So on that 410 Glenwood parcel, what's going to happen upon development would be the preservation of the creamery at that northwest corner, at the corner of Glenwood and Tucker. The creamery is then wrapped by a Woonerf along the eastern side, and then you have the plaza, that pedestrian area, at the southern edge of the creamery building. There's also a galleria that runs between the two parcels that you can't quite see on this slide, but it continues the Woonerf for a full connection through the blocks running north-south. On the 410 parcel, what we're proposing is a 20-story mixed-use tower. On the right-hand side, it's labeled as the office tower, and that runs along the railroad side on that eastern edge. It has frontage on its narrower sides on Tucker and West North Street. Then the 400 parcel, which again is that smaller parcel in the southwest corner of the overall site, will have a 36-story mixed-use tower, and that's labeled as the residential tower. Because it's primarily residential, so ground floor retail and restaurant uses for both. Residential above it, the 20-story tower would be ground floor restaurants and retail with office above it. And again, I mentioned there's a galleria that runs along the eastern edge of that 400 parcel that allows for access, pedestrian and limited vehicle access between the two sites. Next slide, please. So this slide shows some representative renderings of the project. So I'll go clockwise, starting with the upper left-hand corner to help orient you. So the upper left-hand image shows the view from the intersection of Glenwood and Tucker. So you can see the preserved creamery in the foreground, and then you see the two mixed-use towers in the background, the office tower that stays on that 410 parcel on the left-hand side, and then the residential mixed-use tower on the right-hand side. Then moving to the image in the middle on the top, the creamery itself is wrapped by pedestrian amenities with the large public plaza shown here in the middle image on that upper row. Then the upper right-hand image is a close-up of the main entrance to the office building, which is internal to our block here. That's accessible from that pedestrian plaza. The bottom left image shows the Glenwood Avenue frontage, but we're closer then to the 400 parcel, so we're down the road near West North Street now looking at it. So you see the 400 parcel residential mixed-use tower and the ground floor active areas in the foreground there. Then as you move left, which is moving north, we see the plaza, and you can see a recess where that plaza starts. And then you see the creamery itself, which is being preserved. And we'll touch on this in quite a bit of detail in a moment, but all of the ground level facades here are designed to reflect and honor the creamery itself. So that's one of the key historic preservation goals that was addressed through the rezoning, through the RHDC processes, is to have a design that honors that historic creamery. Then the bottom right image that on the slide here shows the West North Street facade. So we're now on the southern side of the building. And so we can see portions of both of the new proposed buildings with a galleria between them. So you can see the green area, and then there's a galleria opening where pedestrians and limited vehicular traffic can pass through. Next slide, please. So the published notice for this case listed 7 groups of design alternates. And fortunately, as Renee commented, we've worked with staff extensively on these requests. And we have been able to resolve a bunch of them to narrow the list to what you see now. So the remaining categories of design alternates that we're presenting to you today relate to building step backs, same UDO provision that we saw in the previous hearing, that 12-foot step back provision, although a different application here, as we'll get into. Ground floor transparency is the second category. And then the third category of requests are driveway spacing. We'll touch on each of those separately, but for record keeping purposes, the design alternates that have been removed, and Renee, please let us know if this is mistaken, but staff has confirmed that alternates 2, 3, 5, and 6 are no longer necessary. And so the items that remain are 1, 4, and 7, and 7 in and of itself has some sub requests.
Yes, sir. I believe that's correct. Again, I would have to see the numbers again, but we resolved a lot of these. That is right.
Yeah, the ones that were eliminated were the right-of-way width requests, streetscape width requests, and then we kept the driveway to driveway requests, but eliminated the driveway to right-of-way requests.
That is correct. Yes, thank you.
Thanks, Renee. So we'll get right into them now. So next slide, please. So starting with the step back request, so I want to make sure we orient everybody with the requirement and then what we're asking for. UDO 3.3.3E requires 12-foot step backs between either the second floor or 25 feet, whichever is greater of those two, between that point and the 13th floor. And so what we're asking for is a minimum 12-foot step back. We're actually providing greater than 12-foot step backs throughout, but at varying heights, 18 feet and higher for portions of just that 400 Glenwood tower. So that residential mixed-use tower, that's where this would apply. And so at this point, I'd like to call our first witness, which is Fred Belladin. So Fred, if you could, well, you stated your name and address at the start. Could you explain your education and your experience for the commission?
Sure. Good evening, members of the committee. My name is Fred Belden. I've been a practicing architect for more than 25 years, working in Raleigh for nearly all of that period. I've focused my career on creating places that bring people together, and we have a particular focus on urban infill, adaptive use, and historic preservation. For this project, I bring extensive experience with historic preservation requirements and best practices. Our firm, Clearscapes, has completed hundreds of designated local, state, and federal historic projects. Personally, I've chaired the Raleigh Historic Development Commission, also Preservation North Carolina, and I am now serving on the National Register Advisory Board for the state of North Carolina.
All right, at this time, I would like to tender Fred as an expert in architecture, building design, and historic preservation.
Very good, thank you.
Okay. So Fred, could you briefly explain your role in this project?
Sure, I'm contributing to this project as a consulting architect for the team. I'm assisting Morris Adjemi, who's the design architect, and Jay Davis, the architect of record, as well as the developer Turnbridge on a range of design, regulatory, and historic preservation and issues in general. And our firm Clearscapes is also leading the renovations for the historic Creamery building.
All right, let's move on to the next slide, please. So I'm gonna just toss this to Fred, and Fred, if you could just walk the board through the design goals that drive the proposed step backs, and then the step back relief that we're seeking.
Sure. Our overarching goal for this project is to merge the preservation of the landmark Creamery building in Glenwood South with thoughtful new urban infill, all of which is organized around much needed public outdoor space for the neighborhood. Would like to point out that this project represents one of the most significant historic preservation commitments ever for an infill project development in Raleigh. It's actually the preservation of the entire extent of the historic Creamery building. That building is the anchor for the overall development, and the design of the new infill buildings all draw directly from the historic character of the building, utilizing historic preservation best practices. And it's the overlap of these best practices with the significant topography on Glenwood Avenue and North Streets that is the basis for our request.
So we can go to the next slide, please. And Fred, if you just want to walk through each of these next few slides and the step backs shown on each one, please.
Sure. In this image on the right, you're looking at Tucker Street, and you can see the outline of the historic Creamery building in red dashed line. So from a historic preservation perspective, and actually as part of the approved certificate of appropriateness that Collier referenced, one of the most important requirements is for us to align our building step back with the existing cornice lines of the Creamery building. As seen here on Tucker, the Creamery is 2 stories at this elevation or on this side of the street. So on this street, we are actually meeting the minimum step back height and the depth requirement on Tucker. Next slide, please. As we turn the corner onto Glenwood, you're again seeing on the left side the historic Creamery building, and you can see the extensive grade rising south towards North Street. So by the time the existing Creamery building reaches its southern end, we're actually below 25 feet at that point. In fact, as the grade rises, we actually have to raise the cornice line of the residential tower slightly to provide adequate clearance at the corner of Glenwood and Tucker. So for historic preservation purposes, we're actually aligning the underside of the cornice with the Creamery cornice. The result is that the area you see here highlighted in red is less than the 25-foot minimum dimension in order to relate to the historic Creamery. And then lastly, as you can see in the image on the right, we are exceeding the minimum 12-foot step back. Next slide, please. And then similarly here, you're looking at the building as it turns from Glenwood Avenue onto North Street. So at the residential tower on the left of the center elevation, we are maintaining the cornice elevation that I outlined on Glenwood. And the portion in red as the grade drops continues to be less than 25 feet to that step back. The eastern edge of the residential tower does meet the 25-foot requirement. And then to the right of that center image, you're seeing the residential tower, which is up against the railroad tracks. In this particular case, we are now dropping the cornice line back down to align exactly with the historic Creamery building, again causing our height to be slightly less than 25 feet. And then lastly, if you look at the 2 sections to the left and the right, you'll note that other than the minimum 25-foot height, we are exceeding the step back depth in all locations.
And I'd like to just step in for one moment and clarify on that 400 parcel. So the or 410 parcel, sorry, on the right-hand image, that we're only seeking relief for the 400 parcel because although the residential tower on the right-hand side, that portion is below the 25-foot mark. If you look at the image all the way to the right-hand side, you go up to the 8th floor, and we have a substantial step back that's then of many magnitudes greater than 12 feet. So sorry to interrupt you, Fred, but keep going.
No, good point, Collier. You are right as always. So from our perspective, this alternate request is consistent with the intent of the building massing regulations. Our step back height, rather than meeting the 25-foot minimum, is aligning with the historic building cornice, which is also referenced in the UDO. And our step back depth in all situations exceeds the UDO requirements. With our design, the proposed alternate still creates a defined architectural base. It utilizes columns and changes in massing of material to help break up the scale of the buildings and to enhance the pedestrian environment. This proposed alignment maintains the historic street wall per historic preservation best practices rather than stepping back behind the sidewalk. And then finally, as the minimum heights of the step backs are less than 25 feet in some areas, and the depth of those step backs exceed the UDO minimum, this proposed alternate will actually enhance the amount of daylight at the pedestrian level and reduce shadow impacts beyond the UDO-based standards.
All right, let's move to the next slide, please, in the next category of requests. . All right, so the next design alternate or category of design alternates that we're seeking are for the UDO section 3.2.6 F1 ground floor transparency requirements. And so this slide shows you what's required and what we're seeking. So you can see there's 4 points where we're seeking relief. We'll address each of those separately, but again, the requirement is for 66% ground floor or ground story transparency for street facing facades. So again, it applies only to those street facing facades. And then we have alternates at several points throughout the site and for different reasons that we'll articulate. And so I think we can just move on and touch on them one by one, as opposed to giving you a summary, and we'll show you the request on a point-by-point basis. So here we go. So Fred, we've got some representative images here. If you could just walk the board again through the design goals that drive the ground floor transparency relief, and then the extent of relief that we need at each location.
Sure. So with the project's significant historic preservation commitment to maintain the entirety of the historic portion of the creamery, as well as our commitment to provide a public plaza, the development is effectively ceding about 40% of the total street frontage. As a result, this is requiring us to consolidate all of our service and access points for the entire project into reduced building footprints that I'll show you in a moment. And it's this in combination with the impact of that significant topographical change on Glenwood and North Streets that is the basis of this request. Next slide, please. So again, this is starting with Tucker Street. On this elevation, you can see the Wooner in the middle, the white area, and then the gray tower cut off to the right is the historic creamery building. So as a result of preserving the full extent of the historic creamery, you can see that our new infill construction is only 3 bays wide. In this particular case, we've consolidated all of our service access points into a single bay, that center bay. But even with full transparency of the bay on either side, you can see that we simply don't have enough building width given the service points to quite hit that 66%. Next slide, please. This is the opposite side of that same office building on North Street, which is ironically the south side. Similarly, in this particular case, given the narrow width of the building relative to the preservation of the creamery, we are again limited to 3 bays. And as similarly here, we are consolidating all of our service access points into a single center bay. And again, even with full transparency with each adjacent bay, we can't quite hit that 66% threshold. Next slide, please. Okay. This is the Glenwood Avenue elevation of the 400 block, the residential tower. In this particular case, our limitation is due to that existing grade. So you can see from a design perspective that the building is highly transparent. We're showing in the dashed yellow lines the floor elevations relative to the sidewalk elevations. And that's to set leasable parcels that meet market requirements. And quite simply, given the step in the curbs to accommodate that grade change, the raised sill height of those windows relative to the sidewalk is what's limiting us to slightly below 66%. Next slide, please. And then finally, this is back to the North Street elevation of that residential tower. And this is similar to Glenwood Avenue. Again, you can see the finished floor elevations dashed in yellow relative to the sidewalk elevation. And even though we have essentially full transparency across all bays, the simple loss of the curb height due to the sidewalk topography is what's limiting us to just below 66%. So in terms of the building transparency, we are including with this project significant pedestrian areas at the interior of the site. While these elevations are not required to meet transparency requirements, we'd like to include them for reference. So next slide, please. And just for reference here, for instance, this is the residential tower on the interior face where we're not constrained by the sloping sidewalk. You can see here we do in fact meet the 66% requirements. Next slide, please. This is the Woonerf elevation of the office tower. And again, same design that you're seeing on the North and Tucker Street elevations. Here again, where we have adequate building width, you can see that we well exceed the 66% transparency requirements. Next slide, please. This is the portion of the office tower fronting the plaza. And you can see other than the little bit of solid masonry wall at the stair to adjust to the grade change, again, we have nearly full transparency. Next slide, please. And then finally, this is the last portion within the Galleria, which is between the plaza and North Street. And again, similar elevation design to the public faces, meeting the transparency requirements. So for this project, this alternate request is consistent with the intent of the building transparency regulations. The development provides ample transparency and visual interest for pedestrians and occupants alike. The preservation of the historic creamery itself adds significant visual interest to the overall development, and our new elevations for the new infill buildings are carefully designed with articulated columns, material changes, and shadow lines to offset the reduction in transparency due to the building preservation and the sloping grade on the public faces. And finally, the public realm at the street is extended well into the heart of the site with the public plaza and with the pedestrian Woonerf and gallery, whose elevations we just showed in the previous few slides. With that, I'll turn it back over to Collier.
Great, thank you, Fred. And if we could go to the next slide. So we're going to pivot from some of the from our architectural focused request to the transportation request that's remaining. And so there's one remaining transportation request. As we mentioned, we've worked a lot with Renee and his team and have narrowed the list down quite a bit to a request for relief from the 200-foot driveway to driveway spacing requirements of the Raleigh Street Design Manual. And what we're seeking is a 116-foot design alternate in order to provide 84 feet spacing between the driveways we're proposing on North Street. So orient yourselves again, we're on the southern section of the overall block. That's West North Street, although it's on the southern section. There are two driveways there, and we'll explain why that spacing is appropriate. So at this time, I'd like to call our second witness, which is Dave Toms. Dave, if you could give your education and experience for the commission.
Yes, Dave Toms. I'm a master landscape architect, practicing for 11 years in North Carolina, license number 1898. Experience includes multifamily, mixed-use infill, higher education, healthcare, and public works.
At this time, I'd like to tender Dave as an expert in landscape architecture and site design.
So noted, thank you.
All right, and Dave, can you explain your role in this project?
We, McAdams, are landscape architects and civil engineers, so we are responsible for site planning and aesthetics and improvements to the exterior public realm and streetscape.
All right, if we could go to the next slide. And I'm going to let Dave run with it. He's going to walk through the transportation relief and touch on all those elements we need to discuss.
Sure. Well, Fred covered well the intent to create an exceptional public realm here and activate as many elevations as possible around the buildings. So key action to do that is to divert as much project-generated traffic as possible into the parking deck. That includes resident, tenant parking, but most significantly, all our service access. So loading, deliveries, mail, move-in, all is accommodated within the parking deck itself with entrances from North and Tucker. That leaves just the small remainder of traffic that needs to access the front office entry directly. The first-time visitors, occasional ride shares, for example. So to provide for that access, we're proposing a Wooner situation where we've got overlapping pedestrian and vehicular uses, which introduces safety concerns. We've met multiple times with the transportation department to vet different solutions and have come up with several measures to mitigate those safety concerns. I think we're in agreement that we are providing a safe atmosphere for pedestrians and vehicles alike. To achieve that, we need 2 driveway entrances on North Street. To get into the central public space at the office entry, that secondary entrance, in addition to the deck entrance, needs to be in the location shown in the background there next to that word retail, driven primarily by elevation requirements. Locating it there and the exit onto Glenwood, where you see it now, allows us to, those 2 points are equal in elevation, allows us to create a wide, flat public plaza. Okay, so the next couple slides, I've got diagram out how functionally we're achieving this. This first diagram describes the circulation. I'll start in the upper left where you see the 2 red lines. This is vehicular traffic through the parking deck. You can see that it's two-way, free-flowing connection between North and Tucker Streets. As you're entering in from Tucker Street, we've got a few technological tools that ease flow through there, license plate recognition for residents and tenants, weight sensors for service access. Transient parking will be served by pay stations elsewhere. So this addresses transportation concerns about staging traffic stacking back up into North and Tucker. Moving to the right, you'll see an arrow coming off towards Page South. That is where you turn off this primary flow through the deck and access the upper levels. If you are one of the service providers, you continue on to these light teal shaded areas, which include the trash, the loading docks, the mail room access, all of that located in this area by the elevator core. You'll see some darker dashed blue lines. That's illustrating movements through the building and on site from the service area, and demonstrating that all the material movements from the buildings, including the creamery, the residential tower, and the office lobby, can happen entirely on site, and none of the waste collection, roll carts, anything like that need to be placed on the public sidewalks. Moving on out to the right onto North Street, and then back around again, you'll see the entrance to our Wooner condition, and this is the 84-foot spacing that we're seeking your consent on. From here, the light blue line illustrates the one-way traffic moving through the Wooner to a kiss-and-go pull-off area directly in front of the office lobby, then on through the public plaza to a right out on Glenwood Avenue. To the very right, the blue box on North Street is a mixed-use loading area, so that will be for the Quick Drops, Grubhub, things like that. A couple operational key points is there is no service traffic permitted in this. This is all light-duty small car traffic. And operational hours are limited to daylight, so the entire plaza will be shut down to vehicular traffic, leaving the evening open exclusively to pedestrians and social programming. All right, so next slide. This is explaining how the zones of use break out. So the yellow orange color running through the middle that is the full extent of vehicular space. It is lined on either side with physical separation bollards, planters, curbs, etc., to restrict vehicular access to just this line, leaving the remainder of the space indicating purple as dedicated pedestrian public realm. Coming in from North Street, you see a blue zone there. That's where we've worked with transportation to figure out several of the elements that are going to designate this as a mixed mode transportation area. And then also exiting onto Glenwood in that red zone, there's another grouping of safety measures. The final thing to note on this slide is the blue triangles, which are the actual sight line or sight distance triangles measured from the driver's point of view. These aren't calculated astros. These are real based on building corners and where the car stops. So you can see we've got good, ample, clear views in both directions on each entrance and exit. So I'll walk you through, starting with the next slide, how the elements are intended to be applied. And I'll note that these are the elements that we've discussed with transportation, but their specific locations and appearance are to be vetted as the design moves forward, but something to this effect would be at this entrance. So as you're approaching, you'll see through paving changes, detectable warnings, so color and texture changes, that you are approaching a special zone. You will see a share the road type sign to indicate that this is a mixed environment, mixed transportation environment. There will be signage to clarify that there is no service or loading access through this corridor. And then at the threshold of the Galleria, we've got automatic retracting bollards. So these will be triggered by sensors and force a full stop to any vehicle entering the wound earth, while those retract, giving the opportunity for everybody to recognize and understand who's around them and who's moving. Then on either side of the drive aisle, we've got fixed bollards that will prevent any vehicular access to a area of permanently clear pedestrian travel, not a sidewalk, so to speak. This is a flush condition, so the drive aisle and the dedicated pedestrian spaces are illustrated by paving changes. Next slide. This is moving into the interior space, looking out from the office drop-off. So you can see on the ground plane where we're using paving changes to delineate the drive aisle, then further reinforcing those with physical barriers, the bollards, the curb, the planters, and also including some texture changes within that drive aisle to create a rumble strip effect. So, introducing some cobble to give some tactile recognition to drivers moving through there to stay slow. You have got space for 2 cars to do the pause and the drop and the load, and we have additional space for a passing through lane adjacent to those. Then moving on to the next slide, you come to the exit and another concentration of safety measures. Again, you can see how the paving changes are delineating the drive aisle, but here we're introducing a monument sign, and this is another one where we're illustrating the element to be included, but this will be further designed to better incorporate into the atmosphere stylistically. But we'll have a signage indicator facing towards vehicles, notifying them of pedestrian cross traffic, and then also facing along the sidewalk path of travel, indicating to pedestrians that there are vehicles entering. Here again, we're doing the automatic retracting bollards, forcing a full vehicle stop before progressing into the sidewalk. And then finally, a right out only, so we don't cause backups and restrictions for anyone trying to make a left during busy traffic on Glenwood. So next slide, this is the views from Glenwood, illustrating how much clear, how clear the sight lines are. If I left the labels off, it look even better. But in the background of the left image, you can see the vehicle exiting signage. This condition, the bollards are retracted, but you've got clear signs directly to, or clear sight lines directly to the driver's eyes. Next slide. Whoops, do we have one more? We're missing the streetscape section. Oh, that slide's not in there, so I'll just note that one last request from transportation was to expand the Glenwood sidewalk, remove on-street parking, and reduce the overall width of the northbound lane, which will eliminate the tendency of a truck driver to think they can pull off into the gutter, and because there's a little bit of room left and people will be able to stay by me. We're going to restrict the width of that lane to, again, force all service traffic into the deck, and then that has the result of producing a streetscape 20 feet wide, I believe, so well beyond the 14 required feet, and we've got an mini strip that accommodates bicycle parking, things like that. So, but you can see the width of the sidewalk there once we take away that on-street parking at transportation's request. So that wraps up the safety elements that we are proposing.
Awesome. Thanks, Dave. Just a couple of cleanup questions here for you. So does this design alternate create any additional maintenance responsibilities for the city?
It does not.
Okay. And has this design alternate been designed by certified professional engineers?
Yes, it has.
All right. And last question, does this design alternate for our driveway spacing adversely impact stormwater collection and conveyance?
It does not.
All right. Thank you, Dave. If we could go to the next slide. So I'd like to just quickly summarize the evidence you heard on each of the design alternate findings. So if we start with the step back requests, so these are the findings that you need to have, and I've summarized how we meet them here. First, our step backs are consistent with the massing regulations. In fact, we're providing step backs throughout the development that exceed the code required depth, and nearly all locations, they're greater than the 12-foot required. And some locations quite a bit greater than the 12 feet that's required. And we're only just confined in one corner of the site, which is the highest point of the site. So in that location, our step backs just have to be a little lower based on the topography, but they're still deeper than what's required by code. Second, our design creates a defined architectural base, and Fred summarized some of the different features that we're incorporating here, but we used columns and changes in massing and material to help break up the scale of the buildings and then enhance the pedestrian environment. The project as a whole, as I hope we've demonstrated here, enhances and focuses on a heightened pedestrian experience. The third element you need to consider doesn't apply here. It's a specific exception we're not applying. But the fourth and fifth elements, I'll address them together. Our step backs generally exceed the code requirements throughout the site. We're simply confined by the topography of the site in one location. So overall, again, our step backs actually exceed the massing requirements. Next slide, please. So here are the two elements that you need to find for the transparency. And again, we've presented competent material and substantial evidence to support all of these elements through our expert witnesses. But just to summarize, first, the intent of the transparency requirements are met here. That intends to provide transparency, but also provide visual interest both for the pedestrians as well as for occupants. And our project delivers on all fronts. In addition to street-facing facades where transparency requirements apply, The project provides transparent facades internal to the block, along the plaza, the Woonert, the Galleria. The areas where the facades where the transparency requirements cannot be met are limited to small areas. They're limited to the service and utility bays that cannot accommodate transparent glazing for technical reasons or due to building code restrictions. Topographical challenges that create different street walls that impact transparency. And so although we're providing ample transparency, it's at different heights than the code otherwise calls for. Second element, our street-facing facades provide visual interest that reflects and honors the historic creamery. They include deep-set ground floor bays divided by a series of vertical piers that mimic the rhythm and scale of the historic creamery building, and we showed that in the exhibits that you looked at. And we've got a consistent palette of high-quality materials, but we've further activated the pedestrian realm with the plaza, the Woonert, and the Galleria, which are all programmed with active retail and restaurant uses. And then if we could go to the last slide. So addressing the driveway spacing request, our project meets the intent of the design manual by providing safe vehicular and pedestrian circulation. Dave explained this in great detail. I think not only did he establish that we're providing a safe environment for both pedestrians and vehicles, but frankly, I think we're providing the gold standard and something that other projects should follow, with the highest level of pedestrian and vehicular safety fully thought out at every point on this site. Turning to the next element, the alternate does not increase congestion. It actually, frankly, helps to improve circulation. As you saw, we've been very careful and thoughtful with how we design service access to the site and directing different types of traffic in different locations, ultimately providing a much safer and pedestrian-friendly Glenwood Avenue environment, which is what I think everybody's most interested to see here and see develop into the future. There are no added maintenance responsibilities. Dave touched on that directly. It's been designed by a professional engineer, hit that head on. And finally, I think the alternate's reasonable, again, given the physical environment. What our project delivers is any number of things, but the preservation of the creamery is not to be lost in all of these requests. And then major activation of the pedestrian realm, the ability to incorporate new and exciting features to Glenwood Avenue that we hope transforms that area. But in accomplishing all these goals, we're limited with where driveways can go. So our driveways are actually consistent with the current alignment, but they're also as far from the street intersections as possible. And we think that this is the best possible solution and creates an exciting project for Glenwood Avenue. So in summary, we've presented competent material and substantial evidence through the exhibits, through expert witnesses, to meet each of the design alternate elements for each of these requests. And we respectfully request that the commission vote to approve our design alternates. Of course, we've got a number of folks on the line if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Collier. Appreciate that presentation. Again, another extremely exciting project, another very complex project, and appreciate the thought and clarity that went into this presentation for us. Looks like we should have an additional participant in support of the project is Mark Faulkner on. Keegan, do you see a Mark Faulkner
on? I'm sorry, let me pull down my presentation. I'm not sure. I think I saw earlier at one point. He may have just signed up in case there were questions. Not seeing him on the line any longer.
Okay, very good. And I don't see any opponents signed up as well. So Collier, anything further before we close the hearing?
Nothing further, thank you.
Staff, anything further?
Nothing from me.
I don't have anything further.
Okay, thank you, Renee. Commission, any questions for the applicant or staff?
I just had one question for probably Dave or Renee, or I was wondering, just looking at the plans, I'm trying to figure out what the finished travel lane for Glenwood Avenue is after you bump out the streetscape?
That is still being worked out with transportation, but it will either be 11 or 12 feet.
Okay, and you were
Somewhere
feeling
in that
like
range.
that was enough to keep service vehicles moving.
Right. Currently, it's I believe 14, so that's enough space. Somebody could think I can put my wheels in the gutter, and people have enough room to get around me. So they asked us to pull it out to make it visually not possible for a driver to think they can stop without blocking traffic.
Okay, thank you.
I had a question just to confirm. Dave Toms, you said that those bollards retract both entering and exiting from the site. Are they always up until a car approaches, or are they open like during the office business hours that you showed on that one slide?
They are always up. So they will automatically be triggered by sensors when somebody drives up, and that is to force the stop before anyone drives into the Lone Earth or exits out onto Glenwood.
Okay. And has there been any conversation with city staff about the signs, both where you enter into the site on North Street or where you exit out on Glenwood? Just looking at those renderings where it had the no trucks and share the road as you enter into the site from North Street, and then do not enter / no left turn sign out onto Glenwood. I don't know, they seemed a little pedestrian, if you would, a little flimsy, and wondering if there's a nicer design solution for those signs.
Yes, there is, and that's the intent. I might have breezed over that, but these are the elements that we've agreed will be out there. Their precise location and appearance is going to be determined as we move forward through design.
Okay. Any other questions? All right. Hearing none. I'm going to go ahead and close the evidentiary hearing and open it up for board deliberations.
Incredible presentation. I feel like they deserve an award for level of detail they provided and just overall thoughtfulness of, a lot of the things that they're addressing are common recurring things, and they've done pretty meaningful, if not, several meaningful steps in all cases across the board. So I'm pretty, happy with what they proposed.
Yeah, well, I thought they did a really good job for maximizing a lot of that transparency, particularly on the first floor with some pretty, the limitations that they were up against.
And I'll speak to the building setbacks, I think, or step backs. I think all of them made sense on Tucker Street, aligning that with the existing cornice of the creamery, and then having to deal with some major topography, both on the Glenwood side and the North Road, West North Street side, as the road slopes down. So I don't have any comments related to the step backs. Any comments about the driveway spacing?
Not really. I mean, I feel like they did a good job with it. It's really well explained. I feel like they really worked with the city to come up with a great solution and presented it really well.
And set a high bar of, visual detail and for us to be able to look at. So much appreciated.
I agree with all the comments. I think it's a fabulous presentation. I think they did a very good job. I think all three of these requests are made them very easy for my decision. I think it's very well thought out throughout each phase. So I have no problem supporting all three of these.
Yeah, I agree with everyone's comments as well.
All right, would anybody like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve all three as presented.
Second.
Second by Patrice, thank you. Nicole, would you like to do the roll call vote, or would you like me to?
I think I got the hang of it.
Perfect.
Right. So for the roll call vote, Chris Roberts,
Yes.
Adam Walters,
Yes.
Corey Bates,
Yes.
Will Gaskins,
Yes.
Megan Beach,
Yes.
Marcus Tuttle,
Yes.
Martha Eberly,
Yes.
Douglas Johnson,
Yes.
Patrice Haley.
Yes.
Okay, that is unanimous.
Excellent. And so the motion passes. Thank you. Thank you all for the presentation. All right, moving on to evidentiary hearing number 4, 3700 Barrett Drive and 06 Forks Road.
Chris, should we say
actually, we've been.
take a break?
I was just about to say that.
Oh, okay.
Thanks for interrupting me. No, I started in and I was like, man, we've been at it for almost 4.5 hours. If we could take a 5-minute break and be back at 9 o'clock, does that work for everybody? All right, thank you all. All right, evidentiary hearing number 4. This is 3700 Barrett Drive and 06 Forks Road. Property owners 3700 Barrett LLC. Case number DA-0028-2021. And again, Douglas Johnston will be an alternate member voting as one of our regular members. And Keegan, McDonald, and Mensa Webb are going to take lead on this. Keegan, if you'd like to go ahead and give us an overview.
Sure thing. Hopefully you all can hear me and see on my screen.
Yes.
So I'm going to keep this pretty brief. This is a proposal for a 3-story office building. There'll also be an adjoining 3-story parking deck, as you can see from this image. The requests being sought are all transportation related. The principal request is related to driveway spacing between the on-site driveway servicing the parking deck and the off-site driveway servicing the neighboring property. There were 2 other requests related to driveway to intersection spacing. I think there was some belief on behalf of the applicant, at least initially with their application, that there may be a spacing issue between the driveway and the adjacent Haworth Drive. However, I have spoken to Mensa, and he's informed me that that is no longer an issue. And the other driveway to intersection spacing request is also not needed. At this time, I'm just going to turn it over to Mensa so he can speak more to those two particular requests, so we can focus the conversation.
Sure, thank you. Main situation here is just relief from the driveway spacing requirement from the proposed driveway number 1 and the existing driveway number 2. As far as I recall, that those were the only transportation related issues in this case.
So I have nothing else to add. And unless Mensa does, I think we're happy to turn it over to the applicant for them to provide their presentation.
I have no further
Very good.
information.
All right, thank you for that, gentlemen. Commission, any questions for staff before we get to the applicant?
I just got a fast one. It's the the driveway exit not lining up, perfectly with the street. Hawthorne, I guess that's Haworth Drive. That's not seen as an issue or potential conflict.
That was I would say more of a smaller concern. It was a concern that I had conversations with the applicant about, given some of the challenges with site, topo, and how they plan to utilize a certain portion of the post-site development. They were not able to provide an alignment with the existing Haworth Drive.
Mensa, I might have missed it, but could you tell us what the minimum average driveway spacing is from an intersection?
The minimum average driveway spacing is depends on the street section, but between 100 and 150 feet.
Any other questions before we move on? All right, thank you. So we'll move on. The applicant will now present evidence and legal arguments in support of the request. As a reminder to the applicant, any evidence and argument must focus on the applicable standards. Molly Stewart, attorney, once again, you may proceed with your presentation. Any witnesses you call will need to be sworn in before they testify. Would you like me to go ahead and swear in David Boyette right now?
Thank you, Chair Roberts. I would like him to be sworn in, please.
Excellent, thank you. David, if you would, state your name, address, and relationship to the case. David, are you there, or can we unmute David if we haven't already?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, perfect. David Boyette, 1 Glenwood Avenue, Suite 201, Raleigh, North Carolina. I'm the civil engineer for the project.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Very good. Thank you. And Ms. Stewart, it's all yours.
Thank you. I'd like to begin by requesting that all submittal and presentation materials be admitted to the record.
So noted. Thank you.
Thank you. So that was wonderful news that I just heard for the first time, that we're not looking at the intersection with the street that comes in across the way there. So we can focus our discussion today on simply that driveway to the east. And let's go, oh, we are on the first slide. So we are here just to orient you at 6 Forks Road and Barrett Drive. And if you're familiar with this area, if you continue down Barrett Drive or back in this area generally, there are many medical office buildings in this area. Next slide, please. To zoom in just a little bit, you can see in this image the 2 existing driveways on the site. Next slide. And this just gives you a better look at the current situation. So the driveway currently existing to the east is intended to remain in that location. So that is a distance that exists today, while the driveway closer to Six Forks Road would be closed. Next slide, please. This is the proposed building, and this shows that driveway there on the east that we discussed. And let's zoom in at the next slide, please. And here you get a better look. The distance between driveways is measured center line to center line. And here you see that that number is 68.6. So this is the distance that we're looking for. Next slide, please. So this slide shows the approximate 200 feet that would be required to move that driveway down. And I think you saw in that last slide what the proposed building looks like, and it puts it really fairly close to the end of that as well. So moving the driveway this far down the site would have three key consequences. One, it would put that entrance closer to Six Forks Road, and this is where backed up traffic is more likely at this end of the building. Next slide, please. And secondly, it would prevent the installation of, there's a pull-off area there in kind of the center right in front of the building. That's designed, as with many medical office buildings, for a convenient drop-off area. It's just easier for a lot of patients and their family members who are helping them to have that ability to not have to go into the parking garage and figure out the loading and the parking in that area. So this is an important convenience for this use. And one that would not be possible if the driveway were to move. Next slide, please. The third issue is the topography. The existing driveway is at the low end of the site there on the east, and the bottom of the parking garage must be located there. Next slide, please. So this is the existing building, and here you get a good sense of that slope and where the bottom of that building is on the downside of the slope, and that's that eastern side of the building. Next slide, please. On this slide, I want to go back to that driveway, the proposed driveway in the east. If you look closely, it sort of brings the trash truck all the way through that building to the rear where the trash enclosure would be. So that's a straight shot for the trash truck, and it happens at the lowest point of the site. That's important because if the driveway were to move down the site, if we could go back one slide. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Let's go back to where we were. Perfect. So if we were to move that driveway over to the western end of the parking garage portion of the building, so about halfway down the building as a whole, if we were to move that over to that end of the parking garage, now we're much higher up on that hill. And that requires a couple of things. It means that the drivers coming off the street, including those trash trucks, are going down a significant hill to reach that lowest level that matches the level on the east end of the site. Then the trash truck in particular has to go back up that hill to get to the dumpsters there in the back. So it ends up being much harder for everyone, less safe, gets rid of that pull off, and doesn't achieve the goal of safe and efficient access to the site. So for all these reasons, we feel that this request is providing safe, efficient access as is the goal of these requirements. It lessens traffic congestion by moving that entrance and exit away from Six Forks Road, by discouraging those who are using the pull-off area from turning directly towards Six Forks Road. It also prevents safety issues within the parking garage, both due to elimination of that slope issue, as well as allowing people doing those quick drop-offs to not have to enter that area and increase traffic within the garage. This is especially important for the elderly and disabled and emergency patient population to be able to have that alternate access point. I'm available for any questions along with David Boyette.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Looks like we do not have any other additional participants signed up in support or opponents to So we'll move on to closing statements. Molly, anything further to add?
No, I have requested that our findings responses be admitted to the record. I did hit on the key most important issues, but I will just focus on, there's just a view of the medical office buildings in the area and what it looks like today. But I just wanted to focus on the fact that this is a challenging site given its proximity to Six Forks Road and its topography. So we feel that the best solution for safety, for ease of access, is to keep that driveway in its current location. And you know, it hasn't been causing problems so far, and we would just simply maintain that while closing another driveway.
Before you
All
move
right,
on,
thank you.
can you also, sorry, have the applicant confirm for the record that they're withdrawing their second and third request? I know staff mentioned it wasn't necessary, but I don't know that the applicant stated that for the record.
I have not,
Sure.
and in full reliance on what staff has just told us, as we had very different discussions before, we can withdraw those requests.
Okay, thank you. Is that sufficient, Catherine?
Yeah, that's fine. I just want to make sure we're all clear on what's before you.
Okay, thank you. Anything further from staff? Keegan or Mensa?
Nothing from me.
I have nothing.
Okay. Thanks, Commission. Any questions for the applicant or for staff? All right, hearing none, I'm going to close the evidentiary hearing and open it up for board deliberations. Who would like to start?
Well, I can just say that the fact that they're closing one of two driveways is key for me. I don't think that keeping that driveway is all that great. It's not aligned with Hawthorne Drive, and it's way too close to the other one. But I think they're improving the condition overall and keeping an existing driveway. So.
I agree with that. And I think also with the safety factor of the people turning off Six Forks Road, which it's a crazy intersection right there. Having it farther away from that intersection is a good thing. As well as the grades and the existing condition, existing curb cut today.
Yeah, right. The grades.
Yeah, agreed. Given the program for the site, I don't know that there's a better location to locate that entrance into the parking deck than where they've got it, maintaining the existing driveway entrance.
And I think it allows for a better kind of consolidated pedestrian experience to the, I guess, plan west of the driveway.
Yeah. Any other comments? Anybody like to make a motion?
I will move to approve as put before us.
Thank you, Will. Second. Marcus, second. Nicole, if you would do a roll call vote.
Sure thing. All right. Roll call vote. Adam Walters,
Yes.
Will Gaskins,
Yes.
Marcus Tuttle,
Yes.
Martha Eberly,
Yes.
Douglas Johnston, Douglas Johnson,
I think we may not have his attention at the moment.
okay. Corey Bates,
Yes.
Chris Roberts,
Yes.
Patrice Haley,
Yes.
and once more Douglas Johnson.
So under the remote law, if we you have to have, he has to be able to be seen and heard. So if you can't hear him, then he wouldn't count. But you have your 5 votes that you need regardless for approval.
Megan
Thank you.
says yes.
I'm not sure if were we counting Megan Beach? I wasn't totally caught
Yes.
up with the beginning. Okay.
Yeah,
thank
she joined as soon as we started, I noticed.
you. Okay, I missed that. Thank you so much, Megan. I appreciate that.
All right, great. So that's it, right? We passed with a unanimous vote. Very good. Thank you. Thank you to the applicant for the presentation. Moving on to evidentiary hearing number 5. This is 8890 Westgate Park Drive. Property owner is Sycamore Creek LLC. Case number DA-0031-2021. And Keegan McDonald and Renee Hagan will present the project. Keegan?
I'm sorry to interrupt again. I've been notified that Renee is no longer with us, but that Bradley Kimbrell with transportation will be filling in for Renee for these last 2 cases. So Bradley will need to be sworn in.
Okay.
Yep, I'm here.
Let's see. Hold on. I gotta go back. Bradley, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. All right, turn it over to Keegan.
All right, thanks. So this is a request related to 8890 Westgate Park Drive. So this is a rather industrial part of the city. This particular site is being proposed for a light industrial use. Essentially, this is just a single request related to cross-access relief. The applicant is seeking relief from having to provide cross-access to either of the neighbors to the east or west in this image. So those 2 pins are noted in the legal advertisement for you all. Won't say too much other than to note some of the constraints on the site. Neuse River buffer is present, Sycamore Creek also present to the east, and other easements as well. I don't believe I have any other real comment, but at this time I will pause in case there's any questions for me and or Bradley.
Thank you, Keegan. Bradley, anything to add?
No, I don't. Obviously, here to answer any questions you all have.
Great, thank you. Commissioners, any questions of Keegan or Bradley? All right, hearing none, the applicant will now present evidence and legal arguments in support of the request. As a reminder to the applicant, any evidence and argument must focus on the applicable standards. Worth Mills, attorney, you may proceed with your presentation. Any witnesses you call will need to be sworn in before they testify. Looks like we've got one witness, John Callahan. If you'd like, I can go ahead and swear him in now.
Yeah, that'd be fine. Thank you.
John, if you could state your name, address, and relationship to the case.
John Callahan, 333 Wade Avenue, Raleigh, 27605. And I'm representing John Edwards and Company, the civil engineer for the project.
And do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Very good. Thank you. Worth?
All right. Thank you, Chair Roberts and members of the Appearance Commission. Before I begin, I'll just ask that all the evidence submitted today be entered into the record.
So noted. Thank you.
Thank you. So again, Worth Mills here on behalf of Sycamore Creek LLC, the property owner and applicant for these 2 design alternate requests. I'm joined by John Callahan, who's helped to prepare and revise the site plan ASR 7921 and respond to staff comments on that case. Although we have submitted potential exemptions to the cross-access requirements in our site plan resubmittal to staff, we went ahead and pursued the quasi-judicial option as well early on to aid in our site plan review process. If you could go to the next slide, please. So this slide here shows the property, 8890 Westgate Park Drive. It is just under 8 acres. To our west is a recently built industrial space, 8870 Westgate Park Drive. Sycamore Creek LLC previously owned that property as well. Back when these cross-access cases were going before the Board of Adjustment, we applied for and were approved a cross-access exemption to that property in February 2020 that granted us relief to not have to provide access to 8890 as well. And then to our east and to our south is the Martin Marietta Quarry. Next slide, please. So this slide shows the proposed layout for ASR 7921. They are proposing a 12,000 square foot building with a gravel yard for outdoor storage and building / garden supplies. The diagonal colored strips that are on the southwestern and southeastern boundaries of the site are existing tree conservation area. The diagonal or the jagged colored strips that run along the southern boundary and to the east, that is an existing City of Raleigh Greenway easement. And lastly, the dotted line above and running parallel to that Greenway easement is the floodway for Sycamore Creek. And just to say, there are, as Keegan said, a lot of site constraints on this property. Next slide, please. So first I'll touch on the relief that we're requesting to 8870 Westgate Park Drive. So this slide shows the subdivision that created the two properties, 8870 and 8890, which was recorded in 2019. You can see the existing TCA in that similar shaded strips heading north-south on either property that essentially spans the length of the properties. Now this has a statutory exemption within the UDO, but again, just want to note, we wanted to pursue these and we pursued these first before looking to that exemption from staff and are awaiting reply from them. But I'll go over the standards for this property as well. So the requested relief meets the intent of section 8.3 by preventing a scenario where heavy machinery and commercial vehicles are going to be moving between these two lots. Both of these lots are industrial in nature, and both of these lots either have already gotten site plan approval or are looking to obtain site plan approval to use those areas outside and around of the building footprint for outdoor storage. And so relief from the cross access will prevent the opportunity for these larger vehicles to damage each other's equipment and materials that are stored outside, and it'll also prevent the degradation of existing tree conservation areas. This request will not increase congestion or compromise safety. We think that based on the facts stated, that this will actually improve safety given the types of cars and vehicles that are going to be moving through here. This is not your typical retail shopping center with normal sized cars. These are going to be larger trucks moving equipment, moving goods and materials. The request does not conflict with any existing Raleigh roadway projects. And lastly, the request is reasonable due to the existing TCA and the proposed uses for each of the properties. Next slide, please. So now I'll touch on the cross-access relief to the Martin Marietta Quarry. While the UDO provides a statutory exemption for cross-access to adjacent landfills, there is no such exemption for quarries, unfortunately. So shown on this map is the Sycamore Creek floodway and floodplain. As you can see on this slide, we have very limited space to make any offer of cross-access property that wouldn't encroach either in the floodplain or the floodway, regardless of the use that was adjacent. And again, a cross-access point in that area we think would be a bit redundant, as it would travel essentially parallel to the future extension of Westgate Park Drive. Next slide, please. We recently performed a drainage study on this portion of Sycamore Creek. We believe that it has a drainage area of 1.1 miles. This study was done by Mr. Callahan between submittals of our site plan. The UDO states that any stream that has a drainage area over 1 mile would be exempt from the UDO cross-access exemption. Again, we're coming to you to seek this quasi-judicial relief, but feel fairly confident in our position to staff. So again, I'll run through the standards for this cross-access exemption. So the request meets the intent of section 8.3 by providing safe, convenient ingress and egress to the site by preventing what could be a incongruent and potentially dangerous cross-access between these two uses. We think that it will increase safety as opposed to providing a cross-access offered to the quarry. It does not conflict with the roadway project. And lastly, this request is reasonable because it's not in the city's, the property owners, or the quarry's interest to create a point of cross-access between these two properties. Appreciate your time and your patience this evening. John Callahan and myself are available for questions if you have any. Thank you.
Thank you, Worth. Looks like we do not have any additional participants in support or opponents to the project. So going to closing statements. Worth, anything additional to add?
No, sir. Thank you, though.
Staff, anything further to add?
Not from me.
Nothing from transportation either.
And thank you, guys. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant or for staff? I have one. Worth, I thought I heard you say that you had 2 requests at the beginning of your presentation, and I thought it was only for 1, but could you clarify that?
Yes, sir. So in our request, we had asked for exemption to cross access from both the property to our west and to the quarry. Again, Mr. Callahan has asked for interpretations to some of the cross access exemptions contained in the UDO. The first for 8870 being the exemption that if you would disturb existing TCA that's already been platted, then you would automatically be exempt from providing cross access to that adjacent property. We think based on the way the TCA is laid out on the 2 properties, it basically forms one solid line from the street to the southern boundary of each of those properties. And so again, awaiting interpretation on that question, but that's our first request. Our second request when we filed was to cross-access relief to the Martin Marietta Quarry. And as I mentioned, the UDO specifically calls out landfills as an exempt use, adjacent use where you would not have to provide cross-access, but does not explicitly state quarries. And so that was the purpose for coming here today. The drainage area issue is one that we've raised with staff to see if we meet the UDO statutory exemption for that property as well. So it's the same. We're asking for 2 separate cross-access relief, but they're both a cross-access relief request.
That makes sense. Thanks for clarifying.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions from the commission? All right, I'm going to go ahead and close the evidentiary hearing and open it up for board deliberations. Thoughts?
Can I just say that I'm sorry that something like this has to take up people's time and energy. I think, I feel like he's given meaningful responses to the standards that have been applied for this, with the grades, the location of where this is happening, the adjacent uses, the drainage areas. I mean, it's just pretty cut and dry and kind of amazing that it needs to come to a board like ours, but that's just thoughts.
I agree wholeheartedly, Corey. Maybe something we want to take for some text changes too, with regards to
Motion
quarries.
to approve as presented.
We'll second that.
Thank you, guys. Any other discussion? Nicole, if you would do a roll call.
Sure thing. Just a clarification question. Who seconded that motion?
Corey Bates.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. And for a roll call vote, Adam Walters,
Yes.
Will Gaskins,
Yes.
Megan Beach,
Yes.
Marcus Tuttle,
Yes.
Martha Eberly,
Yes.
Patrice Haley,
Yes.
Corey Bates,
Yes.
Chair Roberts.
Yes.
And do I call on Johnston? I'm not quite sure.
Douglas Johnston, yes.
Okay,
Yes.
Douglas Johnston. All right, thank you. And that is unanimous.
Thank you
Very
all.
good. Thank you. Thank you. All right, moving to our last evidentiary hearing, number 6. This is 214 East Cabarrus Street. Property owner is Philip D. Pabst Jr. and case number DA 0032-2021. And Douglas Johnston will be voting as a regular member on this one as well. So I will turn it over to staff, Keegan, to give an overview of the request. And Renee, I don't know, Bradley, are you going to be able to step in on this one too from a transportation standpoint?
I got this one again, yep.
Thank you.
All right, so thanks very much. This is a request for 214 East Cabarrus. The proposal here on this lot is to construct a 3-story single-family detached house. The lot is actually just less than 1/10 of an acre. It's zoned DX3 UG. It's also in our Prince Hall Historic Overlay District. You'll find attached to the application the materials that were submitted as part of the Certificate of Appropriateness process. And that does have some bearing on the project in terms of the location of the building, which I'll let the applicant provide more detail on. This is, again, a transportation-related request, and it's specifically related to the distance between the garage face and the right-of-way line. As you can see from this image, the right-of-way line and the right-of-way line / property boundary is actually quite far into away from, I should say, the actual street. And so that distance between the proposed garage face and the true right-of-way line is only 8 feet, as shown, instead of the required 18 feet. Here's a rendering of the home with the 2 garages, 2 garage bays, excuse me. And so again, those are the relevant faces that are held to this specific distance measurement. Here's just a few other profile views from the rear, from that west elevation. And then I think this image helps show what's proposed. Again, there's a minimum distance required between the garage face and the right-of-way of 18 feet. What they're proposing is 8 feet. It's my understanding there were attempts to secure access elsewhere via a cross-access agreement that would have allowed potential location of parking and or a driveway on another portion of the site. However, that type of cross-access was not able to be obtained. Also, as you'll note in the materials through the COA process, there was a requirement for the setback to match that of the existing character, and I think there's some materials there in the with this the COA application that can kind of show you what that character looks like in the surrounding historic district. So with that, I will turn it over to the commission if they have any questions, and also Bradley if he has any other comments he'd like to make.
Thank you, Keegan. Bradley, anything you would like to add?
No, nothing to add. Obviously available for any questions.
Thank you. Commission, any questions for staff? I have a quick one just for my own edification. I guess, does the UDO say anything about driveways when it leads to a garage?
Well, I might defer to Bradley, but in what respect, Chair Roberts?
Well, just the fact that, I mean, if the UDO calls out for minimum lengths of driveways, that's for, taking a car into account being pulled into that driveway, but do they take into account that if there's a garage at the end of that driveway, that car would actually pull into it?
Yes, I think it's specifically related to that requirement. If I understand it correctly, we have other provisions in the code that set out sort of minimum driveway setback or parking setback expectations, and I think the intent there is to sort of more or less match the minimum required parking space standard, such that car entering the garage, if it chooses to not fully enter the garage, is not, is able to fully occupy the space, is not hanging out of that interstitial space.
Understood.
So I think that's the intent.
Okay, thanks for that. All right, the applicant will now present evidence and legal arguments in support of the request. As a reminder to the applicant, any evidence and argument must focus on the applicable standards. Molly Stewart, the attorney, you may proceed with the presentation. Any witnesses you call will need to be sworn in before they testify. Looks like I have three, Dan Pabst, Andrew Iatridis, and Rihanna Smith. Would you like me to go ahead and swear them in now?
Yes, I understand Rihanna Smith will not need to speak this evening, but the other two should be sworn in. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Dan Pabst, if you would state your name, address, and relationship to the case.
Good evening. My name is Dan Pabst. I'm with Pabst Design Group. I'm the owner applicant, as well as the engineer of record. This is my personal residence. I currently reside at 320 East Cabarrus Street, Raleigh, North Carolina.
And do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Andrew Iatridis, if you could please state your name, address, and relationship to the case.
Sure. My name is Andrew Iatridis, address 6037 Sentinel Drive, Raleigh, 27609, and I am the architect on the project.
All right. And do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Molly?
Thank you, Chair Roberts. I would like to begin by pointing out what you see on your screen here is the Historic Overlay District, the Prince Hall District. And if we go to the next slide, we can remove that overlay so you can get a better look at the relationship of the buildings to the street within that historic district, and specifically in the area surrounding this parcel. Next slide, please. The applicant proposes to build a single family house, as you saw, and really only that garage is recessed back from the face of the upper stories of the building. Next slide, please. This project will begin to restore the street wall that previously existed along this stretch of Cabarrus, which included the subject lot as well as the two lots immediately to the east, filling in this gap that you saw in the earlier slide. Next slide, please. I'd like to address the first required design alternate finding, which is that the request meets the purpose and intent, in this case of the Raleigh Street Design Manual. And for this particular requirement, it's not very explicit about that intent, but one of the general intents of the Street Design Manual is to build and maintain great places in the city. In this historic overlay district, an important indicator that this project meets the intent of the Raleigh Street Design Manual, or this intent, is that the RHDC has granted a certificate of appropriateness for this proposed design, including the location of that garage. This was done with reference to a few key requirements. Next slide, please. That includes UDO section 5.4.1E, requiring setbacks congruous with nearby typical well-related buildings and structures within the historic overlay district. Next slide, please. They also considered the Raleigh Historic Design Guidelines, which say, regarding the special character of the Prince Hall District, that throughout the district, the buildings adhere to a uniform setback, They stand near the street on deep, narrow parcels and are closely spaced in typical urban fashion. Next slide, please. The commission further concluded that the request specifically met Design Guideline 3.3.1 for new construction, and that states that new construction shall be cited to be congruous with surrounding historic buildings that contribute to the special character of the historic district in terms of setback, orientation, spacing, and distance from adjacent historic buildings. So these are all items that the Historic Commission considered and in granting the COA that this project received. This slide is simply another illustration to demonstrate the general range of building setbacks within the surrounding district. I'll also note there was a brief discussion about the purpose of that 18-foot length. And in this case, I will note, you made a good point that there are those two garage spots at the end of this area, illuminating that concern about the car hanging out. Even if someone did decide to park there, I understand this is a frequent enforcement area of the city. And so it's not a place that one could park for any length of time, eliminating that concern. Our team is available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's see, there are no other additional participants signed up in support of or opponents to. So, Molly, is there anything further that you would like to add?
No, thank you.
Staff, anything further you would like to add?
Not at this time.
Commissioners, any questions for staff or the applicant?
I just had one question, maybe for staff. I just see on the site plan that the sidewalk that is currently kind of straight gets turned in on the upper left-hand corner of that plan, and I'm just wondering why it's making that turn, and because it's straight now, is there some reason why it needs to turn in like that?
I'll ask the applicant to maybe speak to some of that. Is that to be compliant with a new cross section?
Yeah, so this is Dan Pabst speaking. So the streetscape that is in question here is the urban general, which is DX urban general. So what we've provided conforms with that standard, which specifically specifies a 6-foot planting strip and 8-foot sidewalk. Now, I do believe the streetscape has changed recently and has recently been adopted. So there's some minor changes to that, but it still adheres to the 6-foot planting strip. So really what we're doing is maintaining that streetscape for the urban general condition and then tying into the existing walk to the west.
And what happens to the east?
It is, it's a little hard to see there, but you can, if you zoom in, Keegan, a little bit, there is a concrete hatch. So it's pretty much concrete from back a curb to the right-of-way line. And that continues probably for about another 10 feet. And then I think there's a driveway cut for the parking lot that's beside it.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I have a question following up on that one for staff. Does the streetscape plan take priority or precedence over a historic district? They have typically had in the past?
I'll let Keegan speak to that if he's aware.
It's a good question. To be honest, I've not dealt too much with projects in the historic overlay districts just because they typically go through that COA process. I'm happy to check and see if there's any exemption for right-of-way dedication, or other types of public improvements or exactions for historic properties. I'm not aware of anything, but I'm happy to check while the conversation continues.
Any other questions by the commission? All right, hearing none, and maybe Keegan, we can open it back up if that's going to be relevant to our deliberations, or you can report back later. So I'm going to close the evidentiary hearing now and open it up for board deliberations. Any thoughts?
Interesting spot, Adam. It is kind of weird to jump to a 6-foot planning all of a sudden somewhere where it's so regimented in terms of setback. But as far as design go, which is what we're not talking about, really appreciate the touches here that contribute to that historic architecture, and to see what is a vacant parking lot go to something more contributory. So all around, I appreciate the touches there.
I agree. I'll, either way, I'm anxious to see what the answer is to that question. But either way, I think, looking through the findings with the presentation, I think they've met all those findings pretty handily. So, I would do.
Yeah, and having gotten the COA and, citing the building into context with everything else in that area, it all makes sense. And meeting the letter of the law, the UDO in this case, I don't think would make any sense. So I'm in agreement with this request.
Is everything else in this area that this is, similar to have a garage and be with vehicles that will be coming out? And I think that if we have concerns about the safety of pedestrians in other places in downtown, should that not be a concern here?
That's totally a valid question.
I can address that if the commission wishes.
Not sure that meets one of the findings that we need to meet. I appreciate that response, but I'd be interested to hear if that's one of the findings that we have,
Yeah, it's probably number 2 under the RSDM. If there's a concern about the vehicle pulling out so close to the sidewalk, is that what you're saying, Patrice? Or is that Patrice?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Are we going to let the applicant answer?
Yeah, we can do that. We can open it up for the applicant to answer.
Thank you. I do have a two-part answer to this. One is whether there was precedent in the area for garage doors, and Dan could say more about it. I know that when this went to the RHDC, there is precedent for garage doors in the area. Beyond that, if it's not so much a historic character concern, but a safety concern, it's one that goes to driveways throughout the city, and where they should be located. As you know, downtown has many driveways with far greater intensity of use than this one in similar or closer situations. So in this case, the goal is simply to use that garage, get the cars off the street, and like I said, this is an enforcement area. It's not as though cars will be sitting there, so it would operate like other driveways in the city.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, I kind of agree with Patrice's concern here. I think it's one thing to have a parking garage that's servicing, a huge urban development, but it's another thing to set a precedent where any residential development could have a double garage door that's right up to the sidewalk like that. I'm wondering, and this might be outside the findings too, but I'm wondering if there's a hardship. Because normally if you didn't have room to have a setback to create that safer zone towards the sidewalk, you would have the garage or the driveway around the back or in some other location. Is that not possible to do on the site?
I'm happy to answer.
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. I'll note that for a design alternate, there's not a hardship standard. It's simply a matter of design questions. And in this case, the UDO has provided us with some very specific guidance. And in fact, without this approval, it would be difficult to argue that we're meeting the requirements of the historic overlay district to have that setback that is within the range of the typical well-related buildings within the area. So we do have guidance on that issue.
It is a good thought.
I'm just thinking about like a car backing out of this garage, not being able to see anybody walking by on that sidewalk, and wondering how that goes in terms of safety.
So am I interpreting this correctly? It's 3 feet from the garage door to the edge of the building face, and then it's an 8-foot sidewalk.
Dan, is that accurate?
It's looks like it.
Hey,
Yeah,
yes,
go ahead.
may I speak?
Yes, please.
So there is a 3-foot setback for the upper stories of the 3-story residential home. It's a total of 8 feet from the right-of-way line to the face of the garage. And if I can add to the intent of this particular section of the driveway manual or the street design manual that's been implemented and a part of the UDO, essentially was what you were seeing in a suburban environment where single car garages prior to this implementation, and most folks had two cars typically. The homes were placed close to the right of way, and what you're seeing in these townhome developments and subdivisions essentially was one car in the garage, one car in the driveway, and the entire sidewalk was not to be used in a subdivision. And that's really, I think, the implementation and the intent of that legislation and policy. Here, our intent's always been to, obviously, on average, the UDO will require 2 parks per residential unit. We are in the DX, but typically that is the standard. 2-car garage allows us the ability to obviously pull into the garage, maintain the streetscape, the pedestrian-friendly streetscape, and the activity. But I will say too, I mean, there's plenty of instances, garage or not, where people are backing up, and they've got to use caution. And the homes here and the buildings, the commercial structures are all close to the right of way, and that's what's in the Prince Hall district. And there's evidence of that 1 block away. Actually, 2 instances of evidence of that 1 block away. As Molly mentioned too, intensity, you're not talking about a very intense use. It's the least intense use that you could obviously expect. So you're talking about what, 2 trips a day, let's just say on average, someone entering and leaving, going to work and returning. So I think obviously you need to exercise caution when you're behind a vehicle anyway. I don't think this creates any undue or unnecessary burden on safety, as any other driveway really on this street, this section in town, or most of downtown. I think, here there's visual clearance. When you're backing out, you're going to have that opportunity, both pedestrians and driver, to engage and interact. I just don't, I respect and understand the concern, but I don't think it's really a huge safety concern here. I think the intent, obviously, too, of the district and the RHDC wanting to see commercial develop, or a building that looked commercial intent. As Molly hinted to earlier, the two lots that are immediately adjacent to the east, one was a multi-story commercial building that's since been raised and is a parking lot. Immediately adjacent to that was the historic Deluxe Hotel, which is another multi-story building, all creating that atmosphere, that pedestrian-friendly, street frontage that you see in an urban environment. So really, we had to meet the intent. There wasn't or isn't a contributing structure that has that type of setback that we're talking about, but there are plenty of instances of driveways and vehicles in the area parked close that would have the same constraint regardless. The door opens, you back up, and you're going to have that visibility. So again, I think, we did have issued a certificate of appropriateness for this. And I know we mentioned hardship. This project was delayed for about 2 years trying to find an alternate for access. The matter of it is, one of the standards further down is just the constraints of the site being 0.08 of an acre in size. It makes that impossible. It's not that the effort was not there. The effort certainly was, but it wasn't able to be put together to be accomplished. So significant effort and time was put forth, 2 years time delay in this project. I know the neighbors in the area, they're excited, encouraged. They want to see this building in this house. I personally don't see it as a safety concern. As Molly mentioned too, this is actively enforced. Citations are given for people that park were 1.5 blocks away from Fayetteville Street. So it's an actively enforced area. So hopefully that addresses some of your concerns. I'm obviously here to answer any further questions that you guys have. And I know it's been a long night, and I appreciate your patience.
Thank you. All right, returning to deliberations.
Yeah, I guess I don't really agree with that sentiment. It's a really cool building, and I want to see it happen. But if you're backing out of that garage, you're not going to be able to see, because you're going to still be in the garage when you're backing into the sidewalk. Maybe that's not really an issue, but it does seem to pose a conflict.
Yeah, I was looking at the map of the historic overlay district, and I'm just trying to find an example of where that happens. And there are certainly driveways that are kind of tight between existing buildings, but I can't seem to find anywhere where you're actually coming out of a garage onto the sidewalk.
I also need to remember, in quasi-judicial, we're basing on the evidence that the applicant presents at the hearing.
That's right. And again, I don't see it as a huge concern. I think the minimal trips, today, there's plenty of driveways throughout the city where people are backing out into the street across. It does appear that there's a column there, and there's an opening between the column and the actual house, if you look at that rendering on the side view. So you can see a little bit of a gap there where they could get a little bit of a view, or if you're walking down that way, you would see some movement or something backing out. You're walking down the sidewalk. Based on the plan that was shown in this rendering, that's what I'm assuming that is an opening.
This is Dan Pabst. If you don't mind, sorry if I can answer that question. I know it was not necessarily directed.
There you go.
For
See,
the applicant.
there's an opening right there.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. And the elevations
Go
as
ahead,
well
Dan.
show that.
Go ahead, Dan.
I was going to add that the elevations, the east-west conditions, I think they're in the application material, will show that there is a gap there. It's not a shear wall or a blind wall that will prohibit a line of sight as you're backing out. And it is on both sides of the home.
I tend to agree with Corey that there's definitely a different type of use here and level of use, as well as an agency here of the person or people primarily using that are going to be the same people every day, so they're going to be more experienced with regards to that versus people entering a parking deck. But yeah, I mean, the pedestrians potentially are able to see the car exiting through that gap, but the driver doesn't necessarily have any ability to see out from the garage.
Yeah, and I think from my perspective, I mean, it's not like we're going to be able to stop having a driveway curb cut, whether it goes into a garage or whether it goes to the back of a building. And I know there are a lot of lots along this area of town that have those curb cuts and driveways that go to the back and they go along the side of a building. And in this case, I could just imagine that being a solid wall, and it would be probably a worst case scenario if you had a driveway coming straight out from the side of the building and you really can't see around the corner of the building to see who's coming down the sidewalk and vice versa. So I think just the character of this neighborhood, that it's different than a lot of the other things we've been talking about tonight. And I agree with Will and Corey that I understand the concern, but I don't have so much of a concern that I would not be able to approve this. And I like the detail about the little space between the column and the garage face, so you can see people coming. People can see you coming. Any other thoughts? Has that swayed anybody's mind? Marcus, you've been quiet.
I'm reluctant on this. I think I'm a reluctant yes on this. I don't know that little gap really offers you any value of line of sight. For people, I don't see any other condition like this along Cabarrus or that I recall anywhere else. But to Catherine's point, that we have to consider what the standards are. I don't know that I can point to anything necessarily and say, it doesn't comply with this.
I mean, so I'm hesitating because I could see some ways that it could happen safer. I mean, you could put a window on the side of the garage so you could see. You could set the garage facade back just a couple more feet so that you could see when you were backing out. Yeah, I guess I just don't see that it has to be like you could not have garage there, and you could have, another design where you just park on the street. I don't see why it has to be the way it is and compromise, potentially compromise safety on the street.
Excuse me, this is Keegan. I just wanted to make one comment related to the provision of parking. There is still a requirement in the code for 2 off-street parking spaces with any detached house. So they would have to, as the code is currently written, provide those 2 off-street parking spaces.
And that's related to it being a detached house, and the DX zoning doesn't override that.
Yes, thanks, Will. Appreciate that. Yes, the parking is waived in the DX. My apologies. So you can disregard that comment. Sorry about that.
It's all good. It's after 10. It's highly unusual.
Good catch, Will.
Well, at the moment, it seems like we're a little split between the group, and I'd love any advice that Corey or Catherine may have, or anybody else.
Could we go back and maybe look at the findings that we need to?
That would be my recommendation as well. And just to re-center you on your standard, you're looking for the applicant has the burden to produce competent material and substantial evidence as to each one of these standards. If they do that, then they have met their prima facie case and they're entitled to approval, unless there's contra evidence, which there is not in this case. There's nobody here in opposition. So that's your standard, is material, competent, substantial, can't talk, material, competent, substantial evidence as to each one of these standards.
And obviously we're looking at number 2 here. But in my mind, it's a question of, is the garage palatable or not, versus maybe there's a couple of mitigation things, but I don't know that I would advise a window or something like that and think that that would be, solve the issue that we're talking about. And in that case, I tend to defer a little bit in terms of the appropriateness with regards to the Historic Development Commission and Prince Hall. And if they've signed off on this, then I tend to think the garage then maybe is appropriate.
Yeah, I mean, again, you look up and down, this street, and as you get up into Oakwood and other areas, you've got plenty of examples where people are backing out driveways, with homes, adjacent to homes, close up to the roadway, and you do have similar obstacles, whether that's a shrub, line, whether that's a retaining wall, whether it's another car parked, in an adjacent driveway. There are going to continually be those types of obstacles in a denser urban environment like this, and that's why I probably lean toward reluctantly saying that this is acceptable.
Are we establishing a precedent where there will be more houses on this street with the same setup? And are we to be concerned with that at all in deliberating?
That's one of my major concerns is, could you imagine all the houses on this street potentially having this condition?
I would just say legally, you're looking at each one has to come in, and each applicant property would have to show produce that same level of evidence as to each standard. So it is an individual analysis for each one.
And I would say too, this is a vacant parking lot, and because it's an historic district, there would be some higher burden there in terms of there not being too many exact sites like this.
We asked transportation to what they think about this, or if they have any insights on this, they can help.
Sure, I'm happy to speak to that. Thanks. So the 18-foot dimension is a technical standard. A couple major reasons for that. You all have already spoke to one of them, and that is the backing into the right-of-way concern. Safety for pedestrians, absolutely. That's probably number one. Number two is going to be something that the applicant spoke to, and that is, yes, it does occur in suburban environments, but it would happen to occur in any residential use, whereas a lot of homeowners use their garage for storage, and then they park outside of the garage. And so for the standard, we look at not just the current homeowner, but we look at all future homeowners as well, from a behavior standpoint. So hence the 18-foot dimension would allow
if someone decided to park outside the garage, there's enough room between the structure and the right of way. Hence the need for the 18-foot dimension.
This is Andrew Atreides. Can I speak for just a second about that comment?
Sure, go ahead.
I would just suggest that with that as a reason for the 18-foot drive, which is, as I understand that, it's transportation. This particular situation allows for street parking along the street. So if the driveway or the parking garage was used for storage, for that matter, it would seem reasonable that the homeowner would then park on the street right in front of his home and not block the sidewalk. I think that gives you more than that one option, which is in typical suburban neighborhoods where there is no street parking. The other issue too here is that you have 8 feet from the face of the garage door to the backside of the sidewalk. So you do, when pulling out, essentially are, unless you're driving a big SUV, you are essentially halfway out of the, or 2/3 of the way out of the driveway, and your actual driver's side / back window is outside the garage at that point.
Thanks for clarifying that. Yeah, I think if any.
I was just going to say, is it true that you can park in front of a driveway curb cut? I seem to recall I got a ticket for parking by the curb cut, which leads to an area where there used to be a driveway between my house and the next. So I'm not sure altogether whether that still applies, but I'm not sure the person could fill their garage with storage, but whether they could park in front of the curb cut, I don't know the answer.
Bradley, do you want to answer that one?
Well, it does happen quite a bit where homeowners, again, current or future, decide to park in front of the garage and potentially block the sidewalk, which what we tend to see as another safety concern is the pedestrian, either able-bodied or accessible, would have to leave the safety of the sidewalk, potentially go into the roadway, and then get back up on the sidewalk when it's feasible. Again, that's what we try to avoid through design with the standards, and obviously try to avoid additional hardship on our parking enforcement staff as well.
But on-street parking, you still can't park within something like 6 feet of the curb cut. Is that right?
Right. There's enforcement standards for cannot block a driveway, which the commissioner referenced, a certain distance off of hydrants, any designated fire lane, all those details.
And in this case, if somebody actually pulled into the lot but didn't pull into the garage, they'd be blocking the sidewalk and they'd get a bunch of parking tickets.
That's correct.
I do have a response to this, if I may.
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you. So it seems like there are two concerns here. One is that someone could park in this area and block the sidewalk, and the other being safety. With respect to the blocking concern, it is certainly understandable in a more suburban area where there is lower enforcement, where it becomes an intermittent problem. But someone could reasonably leave their vehicle there and not believe that they're causing an issue. I actually believe that is extremely unlikely if you think about whether you're likely to leave your car in this location where there is very high traffic, where there are even crowds for events, things like that. I mean, it's just a place where you're far more likely, one, to have an enforcement issue, but two, to suffer damage if someone finds this to be an obstacle. It's just creates enough conflicts that it is a little bit self-policing here as well as more formally policed here. So I believe that the blocking issue is just something that is less of an issue than it may be elsewhere. And with respect to the safety issue, I know that we've looked for similar types of facades within the historic district. But as I mentioned before, there's nothing about the historic district that affects safety or makes that a special concern for that area. So looking outside of that, I would say in the wide world of driveways and garages that are in similar situations, as we heard earlier, with the retaining walls and all sorts of various barriers where people are backing out of their lots. This is one of the least intense. This is just a couple of a block over on Wilmington. You've got very high intensity versions of the same thing with commercial traffic and trucks doing exactly this on a much more frequent basis than one would expect here. So both of these concerns, I believe, could be bigger issues in other situations, and that this represents, in both cases, extremely limited versions.
Well, yeah, so I would agree with I don't have a concern about vehicles blocking the sidewalk, pulling in and just blocking the sidewalk. There's enough enforcement in this area. I've been tagged by them myself, so I know they're like vultures.
Yeah, I think my only concern is that with the evidence that's been presented, I sure would have loved to have a diagram showing that somebody backing out of that garage could see someone like, I know sidewalks in that area are often used by cyclists, even though sidewalks are not traditionally used by cyclists. That they could see a diagram that showed when the driver could see someone coming down the sidewalk before they were in the sidewalk. I mean, that would have been like sweet, done. But I can't see that evidence in this case.
So would you feel more comfortable if they backed into their garage and pulled out, then they could see because they'd be facing forward? I mean,
yeah, certainly. Yeah, I mean, that's how it probably would happen, but we can't.
Right. Well, I'm going to suggest that what I'm suggesting is that somebody who lives here and is dealing with this on a daily basis, they're going to figure out the best way to be safe and try to pull out, I would think. And, I think it'd be easier to back in. If it was mine, it'd be easier to back in because you can see what's going on and then pull out, which is what I do at my house. On a daily basis, because it is a safer environment. We don't know that that's what they're going to do or not, but I think, what I would suggest is that people are going to tend to find the safest way. I think, it's hard to tell from these plans what dimensions are, but if that garage door is 8 feet back from the sidewalk, and that's a 2-foot pier, I mean, you've got it's hard to see from this angle, but you've got a 6-foot opening or something or 5.5-foot opening to see what's coming if you are pulling out the other way, which is to me enough clearance to be able to see what's coming down the street. And then with the other comment, being it's 16 feet off the curb, I think, to me, if somebody was going to park there and block the curb, they're back into their car. A typical parking space is 18 feet deep, so that would mean that the back of their car would be 2 feet into the road. So they're not going to be doing that either. So, again, I don't see it as a big concern.
Adam, are there any, small or reasonable mitigation elements that would get you to move forward?
Yeah. Well, I mean, if it's just me, doesn't really matter.
I would feel better also just seeing some diagrams of sight lines and where the windows of a typical car would hit as you're backing out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that would be really helpful to see, because my fear is that the burden of safety is being placed on the pedestrian, not on the operator of the vehicle.
Yeah, that's a good point.
It sounds like
Not
we're
to be-
split. And can I just suggest that, it sounds very split to me. Can I just suggest that we hold this off, give them the opportunity to come back and give us a little more, maybe some dimensions, maybe show some site angles.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
I would recommend asking, just making sure Ms. Stewart would be okay coming back as well, that they don't want to, hearing how it's going, if they would want to come back and continue the evidentiary hearing as opposed to having a vote right now.
Yeah,
Thank
sure
you.
thing, Ms. Stewart.
Yes, I believe we would. I would ask Dan Paps to confirm since he is on the line. But I believe we would, and I would love to get clarity on what diagrams exactly you're looking for, which dimensions.
So this is Dan speaking. Certainly, if we continue this into the next hearing, we could certainly provide whatever diagrams, sightline studies that you may request or need. But as Ms. Stewart has mentioned, just a little bit of clarity, possibly from your side, and we could certainly do that.
That's great. Yeah. Sorry to push it off, but I think a diagram that shows the driver in a typical car or even maybe like an SUV or something, and showing that they can back out and see sight lines to the sidewalk before they're in the sidewalk.
Okay. We can do that.
Yeah, and if you had, Mr. Paps, that diagram sort of in a plan view, like Adam was saying, where you're showing us how that gap between the column and the face of the garage can help with that visibility. I think that would be very helpful.
And if there's anything else that helps, ameliorate those backing out safety concerns,
Understood.
Oh, hello. If you're going to do any sort of sketches or diagrams showing people on that sidewalk, please also make sure you include children, which are not very tall people, because that could really change the sight line because you're not looking for a full-size person necessarily.
Yes,
Good point. All right, thank you, Commission. We will continue this
hold on.
case.
Oh, sorry,
Yeah,
go ahead.
Catherine.
You're about to, I was getting ahead of you. I thought you were gonna, make sure for notice purposes, we continue to a date certain.
And the next date that we would hit would be March 3rd. Is that true?
Sorry, I was having computer issues. Yeah, that's correct. March 3rd.
Molly, is March 3rd an acceptable date for you?
I have no objection.
All right, great. Then we will defer this case until the next March 3rd meeting. We appreciate your patience. We know it's been a long night too. So thank you, and we look forward to seeing you the next time.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, everyone. Bye.
So with that, if y'all would bear with me for just a couple more minutes, we've still got a couple things left on the agenda, the report of the commission's attorney. Catherine, do you have anything for us?
No, I wouldn't do that.
Dinner.
Nor do I have anything.
All right, very good. And we also have a review of the meeting notes from the, let's see, it was from the January 6th meeting. There were revised meeting notes sent out, I believe, yesterday. Make sure you're looking at the revised versions posted. Would anybody like to make a motion to approve those?
so moved.
Second.
Thanks, Will. Thanks, Marcus. Do we need to do a roll call vote for this one too, or just raising of hands?
I think raising of hands is fine as long as we can make sure everybody looks like.
Everybody in favor of?
I didn't see
Martha?
Martha's hand go. There you go.
All right, there we go. All right.
Man, those
Any
hands are
opposed?
fast.
Thank you all. Well, Douglas, you joined us on a very extraordinary night, sir. This is not what you should expect to see every time. In fact, usually we're done in less than 2 hours, and I think we've been going right at, holy cow, 6 hours, y'all. So you guys are awesome. It has been a very long night. Everybody has been very patient and very thoughtful, and I am proud to be on this commission with all of you guys. So thanks for sticking with us. Go get some food, get some rest, go see your loved ones, and we'll see you the next time.
Hey, good job, Chris. That was an epic first round for you.
Sure was.
Yes, well done.
I think Corey knew it was coming and he wanted to get out.
Oh, yeah.
Initiation, buddy. No, great
Glad
job.
you showed up, because that would have been me. I would have been fumbling all over the place.
Very good.
Thank you, guys. Thanks, everybody. Have a great night.
Thank you.
See ya.